Oh, hey. Welcome. Is there an echo in here? All right. Folks, it's a good day today. I was inspired to make a change today with the blend mode page of my in progress tutorial. There was a tweet today that I found that I thought was just lovely. Check out Dan Hollick. Do you just click different blending modes until it sort of looks right? Well, that probably won't change after you read this, but at least you probably won't use lighten or darken again. You should bookmark this thread and use it as a reference. Check this out. I was quite happy about this. So all of the blend mode shapes, all of the blend modes placed on a single screen, like we have, but a little bit easier on the eyes. I liked this generic chart here, where they're using the effect as kind of a like a row, like a table, where like the image is showing the actual effect, it's showing the name of the blend mode, and I just thought this was really cool. And I've been searching for a way to kind of make this a little bit easier to digest. As you can see, it's quite it's quite noisy. It works, but it's just not. It's just not. It could be better. Let's just say. I was going for function over form, and I think that we could do something like this, where we are able to have a description, and then like if the user wants to tap on a row, we can go in there and like explain like what exactly is happening. Anyway, this person made this really great post, and there's like a whole thread about it, going through like each and every one of them. Very, very cool. This person is a product designer, tweets about design systems and tools. So very cool post. Gonna help me out a little bit because yeah, right now this needs some love. Yeah, there's no way else to say it. So I have an idea how we can kind of through the inspiration of this this kind person, put our own spin on it. So let's do that. We're gonna do this first, and then we're gonna go straight up into the authentication services framework, and gonna have some fun with that. See how we can augment our API client for the Twitch platform. And so here we go. First of all, what do we have here? There's currently a scroll view vertical stack. Hey, yo, Ploppy, how's it going? How's it going? Good day to you. What this has is a vertical stack with a bunch of, I think maybe more than one group. No, it's just one group. And I've placed them together. Oh, this scroll view with a vertical stack, and then a vertical stack with darkening. Okay, so yeah, so it's a bunch of rows essentially. So you've got the normal mode, you've got darkening, you've got the darken, multiply, color burn, plus darker, the lightning. So all these are just in a row, and it's just, yeah, it's just too much. So we're gonna give it a facelift and make it better. Let's start out by making a row We're going to call this a, let's see, the shape style blend modes is the struct. Shape style blend modes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another another type here. Let's make a, let's see what we're going to do. We're going to make a blend mode description row. Yeah, this is a view. And we're going to use many of these. So var body. What's it going to take? So what we're going to do is we're going to first have well, this is going to be an H stack, and this is going to have we're going to have the content and then a description. So we're going to have the blend moded shape. This has the description on top of it. And I feel like instead we could have it to the right of it. So this is going to be, we're going to blend mode, and we're going to var, whoops, not you. The blend mode description row is going to come with a blend mode. Blend mode. I see here that I have something called var shape any shape, blend moded shape. So what am I doing in here? I'm using an any shape shape. Oh, well, what is that shape? Oh, well, it's defined here. I've got shape style blend modes with a generic shape parameter, S, and then how do I use it? Oh, down here I'm using a rectangle. So if I were to use something like a circle, for example, instead, then it's going to show up as circles, yeah? So this is doing just fine. But this is a blend moded shape. This is just the shape with the blend mode modifier. We're gonna take it a step further, and we're going to make a little Z stack, and we're going to do let's see, what should we do? Let's do something fun. I mean, we could do 2 circles. That's fine. We'll do a circle with the blend mode of blend mode. And then, now is it the one on top or the one on the bottom? I think it's the one on the bottom. Let's take a look at this again, shall we? Because I need to remember this one right here. This is a really good one. So put simply, blending modes are a way of creating a new color based on 2 input colors. Hierarchy matters to the way we work out the new color. So the input colors are split into background and foreground. And so the background is called the base sometimes, and the foreground is sometimes called the blend. So it seems that the foreground is what we want to have the blend mode shape on. So underneath is just going to be some background. So let's do that. So first of all, so you're gonna have a circle, and then another circle with a blend mode, and let's give it an offset of 1. Let's go 10, 10. Maybe 50, 25. Yeah, and this whole thing is going to be a frame width of, say, I don't know, 50 and a height of 50. Okay, there we go. This is good. This is looking good. So now let's replace the oh, just kidding, we're not done yet. We also have our text of our blend mode description. That's the next part of the H stack. So just like that. I think the default color is black. So we're going to, let's see, blend mode description row. Let me see what this does. Shape style methods view. Shape style methods. Oh, I probably have to revisit the naming of this too. Therefore, let's just see what this looks like. Blend mode description row. I'm gonna replace blend moded shape. Oh, they're all here. They're all here. Let's do. I just want to see. Okay, so you got the normal one there. We're gonna replace this with boom, blend mode, normal. What does that look like? Okay. Okay, interesting. So, all right. We gotta figure this out. What's happening here? I believe that let's give it a border also. So we know what we're working with. Border color purple. So you should see up at the top. This should change eventually, or I could just force change. Mr. Preview provider. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, I'm doing the wrong one. This is what we wanted. You're the H stack border color purple. Purpley. Okay, here we go. Okay. So it looks like this. And of course we have the offset 50 to 100. That's clearly not what we want. What we need to have is maybe we'll do a group that throws it in here. And then this will have a frame of 25, 25. So the Z stack's a 50, 50. The circles have a 25, 25. And then this one circle that has a blend mode modifier is going to have some offset, which let's change it to 25. Okay, no, that's still going crazy. How about we offset 0? Let's go on 25. Oh, I guess that makes sense. How about 12.5? 12.55, in fact. Okay, a little bit better. Here's what I think we should do. We got some magic numbers in here. We don't like magic numbers. We need to fix that. So what we're going to do is we're going to make blend moded shape. It's see, it's this guy. I don't know. Let's make another struct. Blend moded shape example, which is it is a view, and then is this. It's going to be, I'm going to put a geo Z stack on it, and doesn't want to do that. Do I not have, what's the matter? Oh, var body, that's why. There we go, geo Z stack, here we go. Perfect, now we got it. Now we're going to do this. This is going to be a circle, and the frame is going to be dim times 0.5. Then we can offset this one by dim times 0.25. There we go. No more magic numbers for us. Cannot convert value of type blend mode sum view to expected argument type blend mode. Oh, whoops. I didn't put a blend mode in here. Silly me. There we go. There, blend moded shape example. So we have circle, circle, blend mode, offset, frame, frame. And that is our blend mode shape example. So now instead of this Z stack, I just do that. Where my blend mode is blend mode. I've put a frame 50-50 and then I put a text. Now, what I'm going to need to do is add a color to the background. And then also probably to the foreground as well, or the blend. Wouldn't it be kind of cool to do a color picker as well? I think it would. So let's make let's take a base color, and this is a color, and we're gonna do the blend color. That's also a color, and maybe we'll have like a let's just do like a default if nobody picks it. We'll go blue for the base and red for the blend. So now this circle is going to have a foreground color of base color because it's on the bottom. And then this is going to have a blend mode and then a foreground color of the blend color. Base color. Okay, preview pause. Let's see what we got here. So this should be a self-contained view that illustrates what we're trying to show. And it'll help us probably have a cleaner experience. There we go. So this is the normal. You can see normal going on here. Yeah, that's not too shabby. Let's also put a spacer after this text so that it can extend to the end of the row. Yep, there we go. You know, I think there's another thing. I think we can actually, I mean, we've essentially recreated a table view cell. I think we could throw this in like a form, maybe. Maybe we'll do that. Interestingly, the text is white. Is that by design? Let's do foreground color primary. Okay. Perfect. This needs a little bit of padding, doesn't it? Let's do some padding. Maybe we'll do 4-5-4-5, just so it's not too far in. Okay. Maybe do 1-5-1-5. There we go. So they're a little closer together, you know? You don't want to be too far away. What happened to this? The music stop? Oh, there we go. Okay. So there's our first one. And now we're just going to do this. Instead of, well, I guess we could do sections, couldn't we? Yeah, I think we do sections. Why not make this a form? Maybe we should. Maybe we should. Okay, so shape, style, blend modes, as shape. I'm kind of thinking, yeah, you know, instead of all this stuff, well, maybe we actually make a brand new thing. This. Okay, I got it. struct shape style blend mode list wait, form section. How does it go again? Title is going to be, yeah, this is how we do it. Normal. I'm normal. And we're going to do a oh, hold on. Hold on there. Just wait a second. I know you're looking for at least one thing, yeah? Blend mode, normal. Here we go. Okay, now it's happy. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do what we did before. And now we're just going to throw the different ones in here. And sections get very angry if you don't provide any content, it turns out. So we've got, let's just do this. And let's take out the shape, any shape. Cool. All right, let's keep going. Now this next one is lightening. And the ones that are in lightening are lighten plus darker color dodge plus lighter. Just gonna throw it up here. Aight. Next section, adding contrast. Contrast. Okay, overlay. Ready? Overlay. Come out and play. Soft light. And then what was the next thing? Hard light. Sweet. Okay, what's the next section? The next section is inverting. And what do we have here? We had difference and exclusion. Exclusion. Difference and exclusion. X, gonna give it to you. All right, mixing color components. Ooh, that one has 4. And this should be the last one. Mixing color components. Hue. Saturation. Color. Luminosity. All right, here we go. Boom. Oh, we got one more. I forgot. I lied. Last section. This is accessing Porter Duff modes. It's quite the title. Source atop. Dang you. Destination out, destination over. Destination out, and then destination over. Okay. This is it. This is the new stuff. Let's go to this. Oh, beautiful. There we go. Hey, this much clearer, much easier to pick apart. Very, very cool. Look at some of these. Okay, so we have, so the blend, again, the blend mode is on the red circle, the one that's on top. And what happens when you darken, you see the little area in here. I wonder if like these should be actually a little bit larger. Seems like we should probably make them a little bit bigger. Okay, so let's take a look at that. So currently the frame Why did I make it less than 50%? In fact, I probably should make it 75%. Let's go 75%. Maybe not. Why'd you do that? Well, because what I wanted to do was let's just give it a 10% difference. That way we're just slightly out. But now we can see the majority of the blend mode result. Yeah, I think that's a lot better. Perfect. Lighten plus darker, color dodge plus lighter. Notice how, like, in some of these, the stuff that isn't blended moded, disappears. So, like color burn, where did it go? It's gone. And it's on top. That is crazy. Same with lighten, same with color dodge, plus lighter, overlay, soft light, hue, saturation, color, and destination over. Gee, very interesting. Okay, so this is a great. Let's get rid of the purple border though. So that's what this is. This blend mode description row. There we go. Starting to feel it, eh? Goody. What if I don't do this? What's going to happen? Yeah, we don't want that. All right, let's keep it. Maybe do we want it to be... Okay, this is nice. What we can do is maybe we can add like a slider here to show what happens when you change the color. Let's try that. We're gonna make 2 color controls, and let's see. It's going to be inside. Was it this list? Oh yeah. I guess what I'm gonna need to do is not in use. This is an extension on blend mode. This is cool. We'll put that at the top. Okay, so we put an extension on our blend mode so that we can see like what it is. That's all this is. It's just string describing self is the description for a blend mode. Which again, what is a blend mode? Hey. Why are you not working? I was hoping to show it here. Oh wow, what? Blend. Oh, something's going wrong. It's in Swift UI. There we go. It was having a moment. It's just an enum. This is all it is. So, how did you know how to like group them together? Well, I just used this list right here. Darkening, lightening, adding contrast, inverting, mixing color components, accessing border torch, 1.21 gigawatts. And this is it. So, with that, there's our list. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to add some colors so we can actually see what they look like when you change it. Thank you, Ploppy. Much cleaner, yeah. Definitely not as in your face as that atrocity that we had before. It was a V1. It was a rat hand. But now we got something that we can be proud of. So I'm actually going to I'm gonna get rid of this because it served its purpose to give us kind of an idea of what we were going for, but we don't need it anymore, so it's gone. So what do we still have? Well, we've got blend mode shape example and blend mode description row, and our blend moded shape, which is currently not in use. It's just it's the same thing with an overlay on it and a shadow. We don't need that anymore. I'm getting rid of it. Yeah. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to... I like having this linear gradient, but I'm going to get rid of it. So instead, I'm going to have a shape style. I'm going to go... what are we going to do? Let's do it. Let's give a V stack. So var body is going to be a vertical stack, which includes the shape style blend mode list. And then we're going to have some controls. A truly interactive experience. Come on, you can do it. There we go. So the list is still here. And now what we're going to do is have some fun. We're going to have a color... What's it called again? Color wheel? No, it's a color view? No. The color picker. Yeah, color picker. Has a selection, supports opacity, label. Here we go. A binding. So what we're going to have is we're going to have two state properties. Base. Color. State private var. Blend. Blend. Color. This is going to be choose base color. All right, let's see if it shows up. Shape styles method due to private protection level, missing arguments for parameters base blender. Oh, let's whoops, I just swapped them. Let's go blue. Okay, red. There we go. I should see a color control showing up here at the top. There we go. Choose base color. And then click on that. And then we get for free this handy dandy UI. Very nice. So we're going to make two of those. Choose blend color. And this is blend. And now our shape style blend mode list, we also need to do create some bindings to the blend mode list. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to have a binding to base, which is a color, and a binding blend, also a color. And now what we're going to have to do is say base, color, base, blend, color, blend. Blend mode, normal. Okay. Here we go. Trailing closure past a parameter of type form, style configuration that does not accept a closure. Ruh-roh. What just happened? Let me see what's happening. Oh, because we're missing arguments. Oh, I thought I done told you. Nope. See, Xcode did it again. I thought that I was going to be actually editing this this highlighted portion, and it threw me way back up there. So thanks for the troll. All right. Blend is going to be $blend. Okay. And get rid of the extra space. Okay, something's not right here. Oh, that's because I have to throw it all in here. Yeah, there we go. Base color, blend color. There we go. There we go. These don't necessarily need to be bindings. I guess we could default to normal. Okay. These as well. Oh, okay, it's mad at me now. Okay, I think this is gonna work, but one more thing let's do first. We're going to go down here. Let's give it some padding. Also here. There we go. Choose base color. It starts out at blue. Let's say, oh, I want it to be green now. Did it change it? Nope. That's okay. We're gonna get there. It should have gone through here, but now what we need to do is, let's see. Now we're gonna have to do this. Hey, Kitty Sushi. How's it going today? I'm doing well. How you doing? Thanks for coming over. How's your evening going? Your day going? Welcome, welcome. Okay, here's the big moment. You ready for this? Let's see if it actually changes. Well, let's do the blend color first. It was red. Now we're going green. Shoot. Uh-oh. No. Okay. Okay. It's okay. It's going to be okay. What's happening here? Okay. Going good. Just been working on things. It's my time to relax. Well, I'm glad you're relaxing with us today. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. So what's your favorite sushi? Thank you for the follow. All right. You actually don't eat sushi. Oh, you threw a curveball at me. Well. That's okay too. Yeah, sushi's not for everyone. I get it. The first time I tried sushi, I was very apprehensive. I say even to this day, there are some types of sushi that I just would prefer not to eat ever again. But I have tried it. I've tried many different types, and you know, some of it I love, some of it you know, it's just like a for display only. Pulled a sneaky on me, yeah. My family eats sushi, so that's why it's in my name. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Very nice. Very nice. Streamer 0, viewer 1. You got me. I made an assumption. I was wrong. All right, so here we go. The binding isn't working currently. So let's see what might be the issue. Actually, I'm just gonna throw these all in here. I'm just gonna say these are all binding bars. Kind of forcing them to be connected so that they have to update. I know, I'm scary. So now, oh no, I'm gonna have to do dollar signs on all these. So let's do a find and replace. So find and replace base with dollar sign base. It needs to match case, and it needs to match the word. So let's find them all. Okay, here we go. So boom. Oh, you got me. Let's try this again. Go buy some. Now I'm hungry for sushi. Yeah, you should go buy some sushi. Sign me up. I'd also like booleans to work. I would love to Booleans to work as well. Guide Nerbubugler. All right, is that an off by one error, Cocotype? You doing all right? Welcome. Can I just replace all? I'd rather not these ones. Maybe I can just highlight this and replace. Good. Okay. Blend and then $ blend. Will it blend? Only time may tell. And Shazam and replace. Good. That's good morning when your hands are on the keyboard correctly. What did I type today? That was like it was very quick. What was it? But it was seriously an off by one error horizontally. I forgot what it was. It just came out really funny too. How are you today? Guten Morgen. Let's see if this decides to play. All right, choose blend color. Let's go yellow. And dang it. Why? Why? So what's supposed to happen is this is supposed to feed its way all the way down through all these rows, but it ain't doing it. I got to figure out why. So binding base color, binding base blend. Doo-ba-doo-doo, doo-ba-doo-doo. These are all $. I've got my private vars here for the vase and blend. This is going in here. This is going in here. So what could it be now? Okay. You know what? This probably has to be a binding too. Yep, I bet you this is what that is. That's probably it. Okay. Whoops. I can't. Oh, you know what it was doing? It was probably just overriding. It's like saying, oh, you want to be blue or red? Yeah, we'll be blue or red for every single instance. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh, whoops a daisy. Oh, here's the issue. This whole time I wasn't even passing it in. You didn't see anything. Blend color. Blend mode. Wait, you're not a binding, are you? No. Shape example. Wait, are you? You are a binding, because I just made you a binding. Whoops a daisy. I probably didn't need to make these bindings. But oh well, I guess we're in for it now. Let's go ahead. Let's try this again. I've seen it all. Base. Base color. Blend mode. What? The hook. Oh, is it capital M? No, you got it. Why are you failing? What's the issue? Can I convert value type blend mode to expected argument type binding blend mode? Or oh, it's because it's a var. I thought I done told you. Oh, you know what? This isn't even. This needs to be a state. What's happening here? Oh, I've got a double. I have 2 blend mode there. Thank you, kitty. Here we go. What? Oh, man. Ah, here we go. All right, finally, the moment of truth. Here we go. Everybody ready? And yellow. Yes! Yes! Base color? Magenta. It crashed because I said something. Kitty Sushi. You're helping me with the edge cases here. Well done. Hey, look at us. Look at us. This is really fun. Let's go purple. Hey, very nice. Very nice. And there it is, folks. There are the blend modes. And you can choose any color. Ooh, we could even have some opacity in here. And just like that. Hey, that's solid. That's solid gold. I know nothing about what language you're using, so I did my best. Kitty Sushi, this is Swift UI. Using the Swift language. The Swift UI is a framework for drawing stuff. Kokotai looks much nicer than the last blend mode UI I saw here. Yeah, we burned that. We will never speak of it again. That was programmer UI. I know. I can't take all the credit though. I need to show you guys what inspired this. Again, this was at the beginning of the stream. Check out this post by Dan Hollick, who is a product designer who tweets about design systems and tools. Here was the original tweet, and I was like, oh, I must draw you. And he's got a whole thread here about like the different, like what they're all about, like the calculations and everything. It's really, really, really cool stuff. I was like, hey, we should make something like that, but interactive. So now I've got this list, and you got all the stuff in here, and there you go. Boom, shakalaka. Display sRGB. Boom, and just like that. Isn't that cool? So the next step would be if I tap on this, I could go to a detail view and then maybe get a description of each of the blend modes. Now, that's going to require some more preparation because, of course, that's not located in the Swift docs anywhere. Like if I go to blend mode, this is what you get. It's an enum. Enum. Got the journal momentum. Enum, not knowing wenum. Ever gonna slow up enum. So yeah, we would have to like put together like a text file or something to kind of populate this. But yeah, I think this is a pretty good start. Yeah. Nice and fun. Have you ever wanted to access a Porter Def mode? Well, now you can. Here's the source A top, the destination out, and the destination over. I really do love the built-in color picker that Swift UI provides. It's really handy. It's really cool. I like it. What if we animated them? Uh-oh. Don't get too crazy. But seriously, though, why don't we? Let's just give it a shot. It'll probably be terrible, but let's do it. Anyway. We're going to leave the base alone. And we're going to animate the offset. Here we go. State private var is animating equals false. And then as soon as this guy is visible, we're going to say is animating toggle. I just love animating. Animating is my favorite. Make work your favorite, okay? Make work your new favorite. Santa's coming. Background color, bone color. We're gonna need the animation modifier here. Animation dot. We'll do. Should we do an ease in out? Let's do that. Duration of 1 repeats forever, and it's going to. Sir, it's going to be type in if you cannot compare to view. Why? Oh, value is animating. There we go. And then this next thing is going to be is animating question mark dim times 0.15. Otherwise, Zerodes is animating, question mark, dim times 0.1, otherwise 0. Well, looky there. That's kind of neat. That's not something you get with a screenshot. What do you think? Is it too distracting? Or do you think it's makes it a little bit more fun? Let's do duration of 2. Let's make it a little bit slower. Looks cool. Thanks, Nicholas. Look how like it just disappears in the overlay and the soft light versions, and in the color dodge. It's just gone. It doesn't get rendered outside. I wonder if the background would show it though. Let's try that, because right now it's a color white. Maybe the white color background against a blend mode will cause some craziness. I don't know, but I'm willing to find out. Are you? Here we go. Let's go. What should we do? Okay. What does that do? Okay, so you're seeing a little bit. No. Okay, here we go. So you can see the saturation. So if it's not a white background, then you can still see remnants of it. Although luminosity, it's like completely missing. It's completely missing. Let's try all black. See if that sheds any light on this. Interesting. Well. Pretty cool. And there it is, folks. Let's just stub out what the detail view will look like. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a struct, and then we're going to get into the authentication framework, which is our main event tonight. We're working on today is an extension to our API client, so that we can not store our secret tokens in text format in a hidden file somewhere that you can't see. We're going to do authentication proper. That's what we're going to work on today. But first I want to take care of this detail view. This is really cool. You can have like a moon effect with the plus darker mode. That's kind of neat. Well, with any of these really. Well, maybe not all of them, because like plus lighter, that doesn't work. But like many of these where the blended shape disappears outside the original frame, you can do a kind of a cool looking like a moon phasing thing. Okay, so let's make a view called blend moded shape detail. It's crazy to me how fast you built that. Ploppy. Sometimes I surprise myself. Most of the time I'm like sitting here like going, what do I do now? This took me less time than I thought it would. I'm gonna say. But if you recall a couple streams ago, I think I hit a brick wall when I was trying to like figure out something. It took a very long time to finish. I think, what was it? It was a it was the Overwatch 2 Ultimate Meter stream. That took forever to figure out. I was like, this is taking me way too long. So, you know, you win some, you lose some, I suppose. What are we making here? We're going to let's make this a V stack, and this is going to contain blend moded shape example. Base color is going to be let's see. I guess what we'll do is I guess we'll do just a binding here. Binding var base color, binding var blend color. I remember struggling alongside you. Yeah, it was a rough one, wasn't it? It came out pretty good. We still have to do phase 2, which is what happens when the ultimate is ready, and we have to do that animation with like the lightning and all that fun stuff. That might take a little bit more time. But I don't know. I think we're onto something. Blend mode. Okay. So there's a V-stack here. Maybe what we'll do is we'll give it a frame width of 300, height of 300, and then we're gonna do some text and say, you know, lorem ipsum, blah 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 blah, blah. And maybe a space or two at the bottom. So this is basically a to do. What we probably would want to do is have a binding to some description, which is a string. Or maybe it's an attributed string or something. But we're gonna have there it is. Is that the first one that's shown up, or is that just the first one that I've seen with Giphy? Nice job. I wonder who that was. Text description. Wrapped value. Second one. That was the second one. It's because I have chat on the left side of the screen here, and you know what I need? I need to set up like Jay Wilson. They've got a really sweet setup where like at the top monitor has their like the feedback, visual feedback of what's going on. I need to do that. Like I currently have to like move my neck over this way to see what's going on, and then over here to like some like reference stuff. And then here's like my main monitor. What I need is one like above here. That's what I got to do. You should check out their setup. It's pretty sweet. This is a reminder to hydrate, stretch a little bit, and fix posture. Thank you, Kitty Sushi. That's a great idea. I have terrible posture. And I've got my my nice healthy beverage. So thank you. I appreciate that very much. All right. Referencing property wrapped value requires wrapper binding string insert $. Oh. Wait, I can't just do... Okay, that's fine. Okay. With the form, the section, I've got... I guess... Is this where we have to do navigation? Do I have to throw this inside of a navigation view? It's been a while since I've done that. Even with forms, do we have to like wrap it in a navigation view? I guess we do, huh? Dang it, Bobby. Embed in a navigation view, I guess. Navigation view. Okay. I saw Dreamworld flavored Coke and it reminded me of you. Oh, yeah? That sounds fun. Navigation. Did I show you all what I found the other day? This holiday Sprite flavor, winter spiced cranberry. It's actually not bad. I'm curious how it tastes, but not enough to buy it. I think you should go for it. I think you should YOLO into that Dreamworld flavored Coke. Absolutely. How does navigation view work again? Ah, it's been a while. Is it navigation link? Navigation link? This struct may not be available in this context. Oh. Oh, I have to do it this way. I have to go navigation link. There we go. Destination. There we go. And then the label is the blend mode description mode. Yeah. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Okay, so this is going to be a blend mode shape detail where we are base blend. Oh, shoot. That ain't going to work. I can't do a binding to a blend mode. How about I just do a constant of normal? I cheated. Description. Here is my description. Yo. This also have to be a constant though, because I think I did that. Oh yeah. Boom. All right. What other brands do they own? All of them. Most definitely. Coke owns the world. It's a toss-up between Disney, Coca-Cola, and Hormel. I think Hormel is probably like in the top 100 at least. What are your opinions on Fused iced tea? Fused iced tea? I don't think I've ever had it. So I have no opinion on it. But it sounds kind of fun. What do you think about it, Coca-Type? Oh, boom. There's our detail view. There's our detail view. Boom, boom. Here's my description, yo. Okay, so instead of the lorem ipsum, get rid of that. There we go. Boom. Just like that. I've also never had it. Oh, what about vitamin water? I have had vitamin water. It tastes like I'm drinking out of a used cup that used to have fruit juice in it. That's what I think about vitamin water. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Oh, but this is interesting. Okay, so the navigation view actually needs to be... Oh, shoot. You see what happened? The blend color... I can change the blend color at will, no matter where or when. Look at that. And then... because it's green and yellow here, I go back and it's green and yellow everywhere else. That's pretty dope. Hey, good job, us. The only thing that's kind of weird is that is it because it's ignoring the space area, ignoring the that was happening here? Yeah, let's have it not ignore the space area. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Perfect. This is why you're a human dictionary. It is the smart water. Dasani, Smart Water, Powerade, Simply Orange, and Minute Maid. That is your drink of choice. Vitamin water tastes super sugary to me. Really? Floppy. Here's the thing. I guess it depends on the taste buds, right? I mean, I've been so used to like these like sugar substitutes for the last several months that like literally anything with like a hint of sugar in it, like it tastes like candy to me. So, all right. So let's do this. Let's replace all of that stuff. Yeah. Ooh. Hey. This is great. We got something going on here. We got a nice, fun, interactive dually. How can I quickly replace all this with I don't know if I'm strong enough. Okay, that's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go about it this way. I'm just going to have to do this, and it's going to suck for a little while, but we'll get through it. I promise. It's not going to be too bad. Here we go. Okay. Phew. All right, let's Let's see what's happening here. Darken. Multiply. Probably a better way to do that, but it's okay. We're committed. Here we go. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. We got plus darker. My drink of choice is Pepsi Zero. Sorry, I didn't see the question was still reciting Coke brands. Name. Oh, you're a fan of Coke? Name all 5 billion brands. Oh, we're missing a very critical component here, and that is the title. We definitely need the title of this, don't we? Yeah, I think we do. I'm pretty sure we do. Okay, so back to what we were doing before, which is this. Is this the end of zombie Shakespeare? Okay, this one is plus darker. This one is color dodge. This one is plus lighter. Yes, indeed. If it's a fast ship, lighten. Boom. Now, next up, we have adding contrast. Hey, we're just flying through these. This is good. This is good. And that and that. Overlay. Soft light. 10,000 IQ. Water is the way to go. Kitty sushi. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. You're not a real Coke fan if you do not have Limca, a lemon lime soft drink available in India, Nepal, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Zambia. Really? Limca. Very interesting. I guess I'm not a real Coke fan then. Oh. I just want to make sure I got it all. Overlay, soft light, hard light. Okay, now for the inverting. Phew, we're almost there. We're almost there, folks. Phew. Man, it's crazy. Difference and exclusion. And then finally, oh no, we got two more. We got two more. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, phew. Saturation. Also, the here is my description, yo. We need to get rid of that. It's cramping our style. Luminosity. Okay, the Porter Duff modes. We are rounding the corner here. Here we go. You hesitated there. If I've never had Limca, trying to remember. Like I've visited a neighboring country and I know that I had some Coca-Cola product. I just don't remember what it was. It seemed like Coke to me. What about Rimzim? Human flavored soft drink available in Bangladesh and India. Rimzim. You were talking about water and you hesitated. Oh. No, I absolutely agree. Water is the best thing for you. No question, hands down. That's the healthiest thing you can have. No, I definitely agree. Okay, so There's a way that we can actually be smarter about this. So you can see how I've got all these things. What we could do is have like a model with the form titles and the actual blend modes, and then do a for each inside. drastically reducing the number of copy and paste that we had to look at it. Look at this, is disgusting. Yeah. It works, but it could be better. And especially if we're trying to we're trying to make this a tutorial. Oh, it's going outside the box. What's in the box? Okay. Okay, last step to this, and then for realsies, we're gonna move to the authentication framework. I just can't help myself. It's just the way it goes. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to create a struct blend mode model. Okay, and this is going to contain let's see. We're just going to have, let's just keep it simple. Var list. And it's going to be string blend. Dang it. No, here we go. It's going to be, there's going to be an array of, wait, is it an array of dictionaries? Wait, is it a dictionary with keys of string and values of arrays of blend modes? I think that's what it's going to be. Equals. Oh, but do I want this to be an array or do I want it to be a dictionary? What am I going to do? Maybe I'll just make an array of dictionaries. Yes. Yes, that's what we're going to do. This is going to be an array of the first dictionary, which is so let's try this with normal. Normal. Yeah? Yeah, okay. Okay, here we go. Boom. What's the next thing in our list? You know what? It might be better to do it this way. Let's go ahead and there. So we can see everything. We can see what Madame Ruby sees. Expected array and array type. Well, I did too, my friend. Just like that, yeah? Does this work? Build failed. Hey? What am I doing wrong? Oh. Expression in container literal. There's no such thing as normal. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Let's see, does this work? Let's just see. Build failed. Am I not doing this correctly? An array of dictionaries. Do I really want an array of dictionaries or do I want just a dictionary? Expected patronum, var list. Maybe I just do this. How do you like them apples? No? Expect... What am I doing wrong? No. There's the array. There's the dictionary. What am I doing? Does anybody see? Can anybody see? Is anybody waving back at me? Waving through a window. Oh. What am I doing wrong? String blend mode normal. Nobody? Bueller? What the heck? What happens if I comment this out? What if I sing to you? There's someone around, but then there's no one. Nobody. Nobody's here. Nobody. Do. What if I just do... Let's just do one. Let's just do... Okay, that works. This is... I'm just gonna do that. How about I don't delete it though? Maybe. Good idea? Good idea. Okay. Now, back to where we were. The way we were. Darken. Multiply. Color burn. Burn. Plus darker. Cool. And scene. Okay. And... Oh. I forgot the comma. Then the next one is lightening. Do 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 lighten. See, this is way better. Way better. So color dodge plus lighter. See, way better. Next one is adding contrast. Overlay. Soft light. Hard light. Boom. And then, are we done yet? The answer is no. We're inverting. Inverting with difference and exclusion. I believe it is. Yes. And then finally mixing. Finally? No. Look how many there are. There's so many. See, this is... How would you feel if you had to maintain this this craziness? You wouldn't like it at all. No siree. And that's why we're fixing this now. Because I'm going to come back to it in like 3 weeks or more. I'm going to be like... Also, I found a bug. Boom. There's a lot. See, there's a lot of blend modes, and copying and pasting is it's bad. Okay. You don't want to just be blatantly copying and pasting. Okay. There. Hue, saturation, color, luminosity. That hue, saturation. Yeah. Look, I mean, we're at like 250 lines already. That's just gross. It's gross. I won't stand for it. Now for the accessing ported off modes. See, the nice thing is though, this is how I usually like to work. I mean, I've tried like premature optimization, and of course it never works. We always try, but like we get humbled pretty quickly. And so what I just like to do is I like to like just see if it like I can actually make the thing and then do like another once over and over under, and just make sure that it's not a mess. If it's a mess at first, oh, Kitty Sushi, this is what I'm talking about. So sometimes I like to do artwork here on this stream, and usually it starts out looking like that. But once we do a few passes, it can turn into something, you know, a little respectable. And all of my emotes, by the way, that you now have access to for the follower emotes, those are all built in SwiftUI. Little known fact. All right, so now we've got accessing porter def modes, source to top, destination out, destination over. I think we're good. I think we're good. Expected in dictionary literal. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, this needs to be a not comma. Okay. Yep, yes indeed. Yes indeed, all those. Bonus points if you can figure out where that came from. It's based on a video game. Sometimes I play games on stream here too. It's been a while since we played a game. It's been like a couple of weeks. Yeah, you got the hatchet now? Ooh, that's the best. The best. That was one of my favorite works. Absolutely. Okay, so my blend mode model contains a list, which contains, these are going to be the titles of the sections. These are going to be the blend modes to be used. And isn't this much nicer to deal with than having to go, oh gosh, I hope I got every single blend mode. Man, I hope I didn't make any mistakes with copying and pasting like I did over here. I just found it. Did you guys see it? Constant normal when it really should have been hue. See, that's what happens. Shazam! So what we're going to do is we're going to do now what's called a programmer move. Let's do a for each. Wait. Oh, here's what we need to do. Hold on a second. I forgot. State, Robert, var, model equals len mode model. Yeah. These are not identifiable. I just realized. Wait, are blend modes identifiable? I don't think they are. No, it's just a public enum. We can make them identifiable though. If we do this, if we say, we couldn't we do this? And then if we say var ID, that's just description. Wait, computed property. Oh yeah, you're a string. Property ID must be declared public because it matches the requirement public protocol. Okay. I think that'll get us what we need. Model.list.keys. I don't know if this is going to work. Key in text key. Let's just see if that works. Let's see if that builds. Generic struct for each requires a dictionary conform to random access collection. Okay. So maybe now instead, dang it. Let's do a blend mode group. Var title. Var, here we go. String var blend modes. Array of blend mode. There we go. Wow, this is turning into a much larger project than I had originally intended. Oh well. So now what we can do is now instead of a list of a dictionary, or sorry, an array of dictionary string blend modes, now we can just have an array of blend mode groups. I think that's a lot better. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. An array of blend mode groups. Perfect. Hey, look at us. Look at us. Now I can be like, oh, this is gonna be blend group. Blend modes, Shazam. Just like that. There we go. I got an itch. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's happening. See, what it took was for me to be like, hey, this is a good idea. And then I quickly realized, no, not a good idea. And we just gotta go with the flow. Go with the flow. I probably could have done some hackery with the cursor, the multi-cursor thing down here, but this will be fine. This will be fine. Mixing color components. Oh yeah, mixing color components. Shooby dooby doo. There we go. And you are gone. Hey. Now I can just be like model.list. Group in. Text. Group.title. Let's just see if it does what it needs to do. Blend mode group needs to be identifiable. Okay, I guess that's fine. That's fine. I don't care. You're identifiable. There. Okay. I think we're ready to do some magic. First of all, let's see what it looks like. Let's just make sure we see our list at the very top. And then we will do the unthinkable. We will delete swaths of code. Okay. Here we go. So here's our list. And that's all we have. It has decided to just, you know, be like that. You can't even see the form anymore. The form is gone. It does not want to share. Which means what we need to do is we need to place this inside the form. There we go. So for each, yeah, okay. So now we've got at the top, we got all this stuff is not tappable, of course. So now we're going to have, instead of text, we're going to have a section, group title. And then in each of here, we're going to also have a for each group dot blend modes. And because blend mode is now identifiable, blend mode in. Now I can do this. Ah, no. Phew. Whew, scared me for a moment. Constant. And this is going to be, instead of here's my description, it's just going to be blend mode dot description. There. I think that should do it. We're still getting a preview crash though. So what I'm going to do is just make sure this is working. Not normal. The constant needs to be blend mode. the blend mode here needs to be a blend mode. Now, all this stuff down here, let's comment it out. I'm not going to delete it yet. I am cavalier, but I'm not that cavalier. Boy, that's a lot, isn't it? Look at that. Look how much that was. That's, jeez, hundreds of lines of nonsense. And then instead, we got a nice little packaged. Hey, there we go. And it works. Color, destination out, hue. I can still change my base color. Just like that. Except, what just happened? I think I killed the animation. Did I just kill the animation? I think I killed the animation, folks. It's gone. Oh, no, it's back. Phew. I was worried there for a second. Very interesting. Wait a minute. So if I make a change here, oh, I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. For a second there, it didn't look like it stopped at the animation. But hey, we've got the entire list now. Normal, darkening, lightening, adding contrast, all that stuff. And hey, it's packaged nice and neat inside a double nested for each inside a form. It's got a navigation view, so it's got a link to your detail. And hey, look what we get to do. This is the most fun part about writing code, is being able to delete code. Deleting code is one of the most fun things you can do. Because you're like, hey, just like that. Shazam. A little bit of a pyramid of doom, but not too bad if you got 2 spaces in SwiftUI, as I strongly suggest. There are those who would probably vehemently disagree with me. But I think with SwiftUI, because of the nature of all the indentation, I mean, you need as much space as you can. You know what I'm saying? So there it is, folks. There is our new and improved blend mode tutorial. Complete with animation that doesn't work when you go back to it. I think it's because I toggle. It's very finicky. Well, it could be just that it's in the preview provider. I don't know if that could be it. No. 4 spaces to discourage nesting that deep. Okay, that is the other side of the coin. I guess that's true. Can you really do it any differently, though? Let me think about this. You got a navigation link with 2 closures. 8 spaces until morale improves. Oh no. That would be a really funny thing if you could like have like a channel point redemption to like mess with the space count for tabs in your IDE. I know you went even crazier with having like the screen turned upside down and whatnot. There it is, folks. We still made a lot of stuff here though. I mean, the file is still like almost 200 lines of code. So I wonder if, I mean, you know, there's definitely some other things that we can do, but at least we've got, the model is nice and tight now, which is good. I made that section its own type personally to break up the nesting. Yeah, that's probably true. 2 for each and 1 body is too many for each. It is a lot. That's true. That is true. All right. So yeah, we do some further refactoring, of course. What did you say, Coco Type? A long time ago? Blend modes are modes for compositing a view with overlapping content. Blend mode is only below. said Coco Type. This was back in beginning of October, so it's been 19 days now since we last played with this. Cool. All right, I'm happy with this. Let's move on. Much better than what we had before. Hey, take a look. Okay, so if you look at the beginning of the stream and you look at what we were working with before, this is night and day. Night and day. You are the one. Okay. Hey, you guys ready to talk about authentication services? I say a lot of things. Deep Thoughts by Coco Type. All right. Boom. Hey, that was fun. And we still haven't placed this file under version control. We're doing a great job. We're doing a great job with our version control. Yeah, we're actually not. I've got a lot of things here that I don't want. But I should commit just so that I don't want. I'm not even like, I don't even think this is on a remote repo. So heaven forbid my Intel MVP decides to just burst into flames because I keep on belittling it, comparing it to its younger brothers. You know that you can commit without pushing? I could do that. Mamara. Yeah, I could. Is that causing some feelings of angst right now looking at that? That's a lot, isn't it? Yeah, I know. A lot's going on there. Wow, wow. Programmers hate this man. Found out his hack that saved him hundreds of hours today. Number 9 will surprise you. I can't wait for this project to be finished. Can I just tell you folks that this is a labor of love, but I cannot wait to actually be able to like publish and say, all right, here it is, folks. I can't wait. It'll be so fun when it happens. And I mean, the fanfare will be very small, but at least it'll be out there. And I feel like I'd, you know, contribute a little bit. Is one of my favorite screens that I've ever made. I just can't get enough of this. Let's zoom in here. Let's take a look at this goodness. Look what happens with an animated stroke style. That is so fun. Not just a stroke style, but a stroke style that has been stroked and stroked again to get this hollow effect, which, oh, I love it. I love it so much. It's one of my favorite things. As far as like, how does it do with battery life? Well, I don't know. I haven't really tested that. But I'm sure if you tried this with many shapes, that might actually bring it to a screeching halt. But I don't know. Anywho, hey, what time is it? It's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme with authentication services. So what we're going to do is we're going to learn about this new framework, which thanks to CocoType, actually, I didn't know about it. I was struggling. It's time to make the donuts. I was trying to figure out how in the world I was going to manage authentication on my Twitch API client. I had nowhere to go. I had nowhere to turn to. No one to turn to. But then, in the chat, a simple suggestion was posted. Have you tried the authentication services framework? And lo and behold, the latter content for this stream was born. Donuts even. Donata. Donuta? Is that a plural for donuts in Latin? Must be. So I've never played with this framework before, so this might be a little more slower paced than what we were working on before, if you can believe that, because it did take us quite a bit of time to finalize it. But this is what we're going to be doing now. I'm going to learn about authentication, and then we're going to try to do is bring it back to our Twitch client application, where we are hard at work developing this. I don't know what it is yet, but it's been very fun to play with. Are you serious? Why must you do this to me? Xcode every single time. What is happening here? Preview the bar. Okay, let me save it and build again. Build succeeded. Come back, Zinc. Don't crash on me again, please. Okay, while I was thinking about that, let's head on back to I cannot preview because it's just too awesome to see. All right. Hey, take a trip with me, will you? To the overview of authentication services. What is it supposed to do? It's supposed to improve the experience of users when they enter credentials to establish their identity. And all these bullet points too. That's neat. Ability to sign into your services with their Apple ID. Oh, that's kind of cool. Enable users to look up their stored passwords from within the sign-in flow of the app. Neat. Provide a passwordless registration authentication workflow. Yes, using the iCloud keychain or a physical security key. Automatic security upgrades from weak to strong passwords, or upgrade into use sign-in with Apple. Sweet. Okay, here is the one that I think might apply to us. Maybe. Share data between an app and a web browser using technologies like OAuth to leverage existing web-based logins in the app. The Volkswagen Donuta is a car made entirely of fried dough. That is fascinating. If you're like, if you're late for work and you haven't had breakfast though, like at some point, does your car just disintegrate? You just eat it along the way. Okay, so we have sign in with Apple. Implementing user authentication with sign in with Apple. Simplifying user authentication into VOS app. Sign in with Apple timer. Hash keys, public private key authentication, getting a service of pack keys. Allow users to sign in service without typing a password. Okay. Web-based login, authenticating user through a web service. I think this is what we want. I think. Let's click on this guy. Some websites provide as a service a secure mechanism. I think this might be it. When the user navigates to the site's authentication URL, the site presents the user with a form to collect credentials. After validating the credentials, the site redirects the user's browser, typically using a custom scheme, to a URL that indicates the outcome of the authentication attempt. You can make use of a web authentication service in your app by initializing an AS web authentication session instance with a URL that points to authentication. Okay, so I remember if we go back to our project, that I think I wrote this down. Was it here? No, it was it here? No, was it auth view? To do, use AS web authentication session. All right. I'm gonna close this. I wonder if it's getting mad because of that. Okay. Here we go. Let's do some left and right screen action here. So I'm gonna get rid of the preview provider, and let's take a look. AS Web Authentication Session. This is where we want to be. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Create a web authentication session. You can make use of a web authentication service. Your rabbi provides an AS Web Authentication Session with the URL. The points to the authentication web page. The page can be one that you maintain or one operated by a third party. During initialization, indicate the callback scheme that the page uses to return the authentication outcome. Okay. I feel like this probably belongs not in a view though, but in a service. So let's create a service called authentication. We got networking. So under the umbrella of networking, we can create another group called authentication. And then here, we're going to make a Swift file. We're going to make our authentication service. Authentication service. Boom. I don't know if this should be a struct or a class. I'm thinking maybe a class. We'll see. Authentication service. Shazam. Maybe we make this an observable object. Probably. I want to say, do I have to import combine for this? Okay. So maybe what we're going to have to do is like provide some sort of authentication result to let the user know that things are okay. But for now, let's just take a look at this. Let's look at this example. We use the URL and callback scheme specified by the authorization provider. Okay, so here's what we're going to create a function. We're going to call it maybe load. Sure. So guard let auth URL equals URL string else return else return. Combined, still 2019. I know, right? The funny thing about Swift UI is that at some point, are they going to have to abandon combine for the async await stuff? Or do you think it's tethered to it forever with the app published? I just don't know. Let session equals AS Web Authentication Session URL auth URL callback URL scheme. Let scheme equals example auth. What? What am I saying here? I'm just gonna do this. Initialize the session. Oh, I'm copying and pasting code. How crazy? Okay, here we go. Oh, it looks like we're going to need to add a framework, folks. Import authentication services. Hey, is there going to be a namespace issue with the fact that I've created something called authentication service? Only time will tell. Async sequence is a fancier publish. They'll just go to that. Have you been messing with async sequence lately, Cocotype? I remember when it, like Xcode 12 beta first came out. That's the async sequence framework was available, but you had to like, I think, what did we have to do? We had to create like a custom tool chain. Back a long time ago, Swift 561 release 2022 405A. In order for us to be able to build with the async sequence framework. That was really fun. I played with it for not a very long time, but it was the first time I'd created a custom tool chain, which was kind of neat. Okay. We need to find what the actual auth URL is. So let's go to, I guess it's here. It's this. Right here. Wait. To discover the claims that Twitch supports, send a GET request to this, which, maybe that's not what we want. What we really want is this one. Navigate a user to twitch.tv/OAuth2/authorize. Yes, indeed. That was for the async algorithms library. not async sequence specifically. Oh, I see. I misspoke. But to be fair, the async algorithms library makes making async sequences so much easier. I'm so happy to hear that. I've only recently started really like holding on to the async await stuff, and I was a little scared of it at first, but there's nothing to be frightened of. Everybody, use async await. It's so much better than completion handlers. Just do it. Do it. All right, so here's our URL. And let's see. We're going to try is callback error in. As I talk about not using completion handlers, here is a completion handler. Oh no. I wonder, is there an async await version of this? I guess not. Dang it, I finally understood completion handlers today. Well, Ploppy, gotta throw it all out. Start from scratch. Just kidding. No, completion handlers are still important to have, especially if you're using legacy frameworks. If you're playing in Objective-C and you need to do some interop with Objective-C code to Swift code, and completion handlers are, if you're using old API and UI kit that use delegate methods, then you're using completion handlers there. So yeah, don't worry. It's still very much a vital part of application development. Async await is just the new hotness with the syntactic sugar and all that stuff. I was a huge combine stan, but I dropped it immediately for async await. Yeah, combine is it does the job, but it seems to have been abandoned. I don't think there was anything new in the combined framework this year, was there? What is the scheme that we need to use? Let's see what's happening here. We have this with the following query parameters that are appropriate for your application. This can be done via your application control logic or simply by adding an HTML hyperlink for user to click if your service is a website. Well, my service is not a website. My service is an app. And therefore, we're going to need a client ID. So my app's registered client ID. So I'm going to need to do this. So I was going to make a URL like this, but I think what I'm going to have to do instead is create a, hold on a second. Let me think about this. I'm going to have to say, components equals URL components string that thing right there. And then components dot query items equals, and we're going to have an array that includes URL query item. The name is going to be called client ID. And the value is the value of the client ID, which is secrets dot client ID. Yes, I think that's what this. That was my terrible Jimmy Stewart impression. I hope you enjoyed it. Absolutely free. So there you go. So then we say auth URL. Then we're going to say guardlet auth URL equals components.url else return. I believe this is it. I don't know. At the very least, we need the client ID. I'm pretty sure this is what we need. In the course I'm following, the like-dislike functionality was completely out of whack, and they just ignored it because it's more of a resume course than, or a resume course than production ready. Oh, shoot. So I had to figure out Firebase storage and completion handlers to fix it. Oh, Ploppy. Hey, you know what, though? I think there's no better substitute than trying to figure out how to fix a broken tutorial. Because you immediately are like, hey, why doesn't this build? And then once it builds, hey, why doesn't it work? And so you have to like hunt down all these things. And I think, and you just learn a lot from that experience. So it's actually kind of a blessing in disguise, I suppose. But yeah, I totally get it. Okay, so I've got my scheme. I don't know what to call here. I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do with my hands. Var components equals URL component string. Let's let base URL equals. I'm doing this just because I feel like it. Okay. Load var components equals URL string. Static. Wait, can you do a static let? Yes. There we go. It sounded more like Vincent D'Onofrio's character. Give me sugar and water. Oh, a man came in here today. A dead man. Dang it, now you got me going. David Cross in one of his finer roles. And that means what to me? Don't do that. Oh, for sure. I feel like I should be doing this for a job already. Protocols, delegates, completion handlers, Firebase auth, API calls. It's the funniest thing is like you thought you were just learning mobile development, but no, you're actually learning all the things. It just comes with the territory. But it's fun, isn't it? Oh, actually, wasn't this called we called this something already. Pretty sure it's called Twitch endpoint. Twitch endpoint.client ID. Yeah, it's that. There we go. Because Twitch endpoint.client ID is no fail. Abort. Just kidding. Okay. Building. Cocotype, what's your favorite Vincent D'Onofrio role? I'm curious. What do you think was one of his best roles that you've seen him play? Sound alerts overlay works on iOS, but the Giphy one does not. Interesting. Huh. Kingpin, no question. No question. He is very good. He is terrifying in that role. He is absolutely terrifying in Kingpin. Yeah, absolutely. It's just uncanny the way that he commands that role. So good. So good. Everybody, if you haven't seen Daredevil with what is it, Charlie Cox? Is that his name? Am I saying it right? Is that his name? On Netflix? Is it still on Netflix or did they take it off? I hope they didn't take it off. I hope that the reboot, or I guess they're calling it not a reboot, but like something. Yeah, Charlie Cox, who is amazing in that role. Holy smoke. It's on Disney Plus now. Everybody, you need to see that show. Like, it's incredible. I'm working through season 3 right now. Hey, British Frog, how you doing? Do you guys use static for your let-in functions, and what does it do? Static is, what it means is it's a variable that is associated with the type itself, not an instance of a type. So like if I created a authentication service, like an instance of that, I couldn't call that instance's base URL. It only exists on authentication service. So I said capital self. What I'm really doing is this. Authentication service. How about I spell it correctly? .base URL. So it's a property. It's a property on the type itself. If I were to do this .base URL, this is an instance property. So I've created an instance of authentication service, and then I say .base URL. But because it's a static, that means it's for a type. And the let just means it's a constant. It's never going to change. Like that. And then you can actually shorthand this by capital self. Floppy, I absolutely agree. I think yeah, his appearance in Hawkeye, yeah. No, I get it, and I agree. Compared to Daredevil, yeah, oh, absolutely. I'm hoping that just because Hawkeye was a lighter show and that he'll be better in Echo and Daredevil. I hope so too. I think, yeah, Hawkeye was definitely meant to be more lighthearted. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no problem, Poppy. Yeah, absolutely. Glad I could help. Okay, so we are in our load method. We have this scheme, which I don't really know what it does. Let's read some more. We use the initializer's trailing closure to tell the session how to handle the callback after authentication completes, as described below in Handle the Callback. In Mac OS, or if you have a deployment target of iOS 13 or later, the session keeps a strong reference to itself until the authentication process completes to prevent the system from deallocating the closure. For earlier iOS deployment targets, your app needs to have a strong reference to the session until authentication completes. Oh, okay. So maybe we don't even need to worry about this. Maybe this just needs to be maybe this could be a static function as well. I still don't get why they made Echo. I didn't even like her character in Hawkeye. I really don't want to watch a series about her. Yeah, that's understandable. I think, you know, I think the actor did a great job personally. I think it's cool that they actually hired someone who had a hearing disability, and I thought that was really cool. But the intro song, when you first meet Echo, and like the background song that plays and it goes right to the credits, it's like one of the coolest things ever. We're talking like old school Depeche Mode, Christmas Island. Like that was playing, that was thumping in the background. I was like, what is this? I was so happy to hear that. It was amazing. That was a cool episode, if only for the music choice. I know it's kind of a weird thing to hone in on, but I think Marvel can't accept that not every character needs to be main characters. That's fair. Strong side character is more important than a weak main character. Yeah, that's true. I'm just hoping it's a way to bring back Jessica Jones. Oh, Jessica Jones. That. Oh, okay. All right. Real talk. Kingpin or Killgrave? Who was more terrifying? Yo. That's a tough one. I've never been so afraid of David Tennant in my life. He was so good in that role. Oh my gosh, he was terrifying. He was absolutely terrifying. Oh. Ooh. I didn't like Jessica Jones, the Coco type. The show, not the character actress. They're both excellent. Something about mob bosses. You like Kingpin more, hey Poppy? Yeah, it's a toss up for me. And it's funny too, because usually like, well, and this was before like the MCU shows, right? So like Jessica Jones, Daredevil. I didn't watch Luke Cage. I didn't watch what was the other one? Iron Fist. Is that what it was? I didn't watch the Defenders. Is that what their group was called? Honestly, Kilgrave was the reason I didn't like it. What? Coco type? What? Say it isn't so. Jessica! Kingpin got more airtime, so more fleshed out. Okay, yeah, that's true. You think it was a boring villain? Okay, all right, well, to each their own, I suppose. Luke Cage is my second favorite of the Defender series after Daredevil. All right, we're doing season 3 of Daredevil to do Defenders. Nice. I think what hit it for me was just the fact that like it was so like violent, and I was not used to that for like a Marvel show. I mean, Daredevil was the same way though, but I think Jessica Jones like turned it up to like 11, right? That was a lot. That was a lot to deal with. Season 3 of Daredevil is after Defenders. Ah, okay. So I guess I haven't seen season 3 then. I haven't even... No, I never finished season 3, did I? Well, shoot. All I gotta say is those hallway fight scenes in Daredevil are like one of the coolest things. They have to have been inspired by, what was it, Old Boy? The movie Old Boy? Very raw, very... just a constant like shot. You know, you don't have like a million cuts. You just get to see the action going for several minutes. That is how you make a good action show, man. None of these Liam Neeson climbing over a fence with like 500 takes. Initialize the session. Okay, call back error. Okay, here we go. Back to what we were talking about. We need to try this first of all. I don't even know if this is even going to work. If you like Daredevil, then you must like She-Hulk. You know, actually, Poppy, I have not seen She-Hulk. I have not seen Ms. Marvel. I have not seen... I am way behind. I think the last show that I finished was... I finished Loki, which I loved. What's the last show I saw? Moon Knight. Now there... Ooh, Moon Knight was good, y'all. Moon Knight was really fun. That was that's some good stuff right there. Moon Knight slapped. Yeah, seriously. I would not consider that to be true. Those are very different shows. Speaking about British Frog, Jessica Jones didn't have that much on-screen gore, but there was plenty of suggestion of it, and the premise itself was just raw. Whew. Well, just the idea of like these people that, well, I don't want to, yeah, no spoilers, but just like choice and like being, understanding what you're doing, and oh yeah, craziness. Good stuff though. I don't know. I like most of it. I'm not usually like a harsh critic when it comes to like entertainment. Like I'll have like, you know, my tier list, I suppose. But like generally speaking, if I'm entertained, I'm entertained. You know what I mean? But like I have a really good friend back from high school days who like he's like a cinephile, man. He studies the craft, and he is very critical of like everything. Like he's got his favorites, right? But like I'll be like, I love that, and he's like, I couldn't stand it. It was terrible. I'm like, what do you mean it was terrible? I had a great time. He's like, there was no plot. Like the dialogue didn't make sense. Like why do I care about these characters, right? It's very eye-opening. I definitely trust his opinion because like he's got a great background in like, you know, in script writing and directing and producing, and he's also an actor. So like I you know, I appreciate what he has to say about a lot of things, but I'm just like, you know, if I feel like I'm entertained, then it was worth it to me. But yeah, you get a wide you know, gamut of what people enjoy and absolutely detest about a show or a movie. Yeah. What do you mean gore and twerking are very similar? Are we talking about She-Hulk now? I'm super thankful for the MCU series. It really helped get my partner on board with superhero stuff. Yeah. I think it's very inviting for people that are new to the genre. I broke with my ex and I don't have Disney Plus anymore. Oh shoot, Ploppy. You've got like 50 different streaming services now. I think Disney Plus is probably a good investment over like some of these other ones, but that's just personal. I like watching good movie reviews. Yeah, Yanimal, what's up? Hey, how you doing? I like watching good movie reviews, but I can appreciate straight up popcorn flick. Yeah, me too. The unforeseen casualties of a breakup. It's a bummer. It truly is. I'm so sorry about the breakup. That's rough. She-Hulk was probably my second favorite Disney Plus show after WandaVision, but it's definitely not for everyone. She-Hulk was great in his own way. Cut the cord, they said. Yeah, little did we know that is going to be Cable 2.0 all over again, right? That's a bummer. Okay, let's just try to load this and see what it actually does. I guess these are both optionals, yeah? So handle callback. If let URL equals callback URL. Print URL. Else if let error equals error. I'm assuming it's going to be one or the other. Then print error dot description. Else we're just going to throw an exception. No, we can't throw because it doesn't say throw. Else print. I don't know what to do. Okay. So here we go. We're going to authentication service. We're going to load. You ready for this? Let's go to our content view. What's going to happen is maybe we'll just do it in the app, yeah? So let's go to the app level and we're going to say we're going to do a task, await app data configure, and then we're also going to do authentication service dot load. There we go. And from what the documentation said, it's going to keep a reference to itself until it's done. So here's what we're going to put a breakpoint here and we're going to press play. You guys ready? Here we go. Not familiar with .task, got a short summary. .task is, if you're familiar with the onAppear method that used to be prior to iOS, was it 14 or 15? It's essentially the same thing. What task does, it says the first time that this view loads, perform the steps inside this closure. onAppear, I don't know if it's deprecated or not. It might be. Maybe it is. It could be. The one subscription I can no longer do without is YouTube Premium. Super cheap in Asia, no ads, and all the stuff Twitch does for free. Oh. YouTube Premium, really? Yanimal, I have not, I don't know anybody who has used YouTube Premium. I'm very interested in what you have to say about it. Very interested in what you have to say about that. Cocotype says it's not deprecated. Task is just the async version. Ah, okay. Okay, that makes sense. uBlock Origin blocks all the YouTube ads. You love YouTube Premium, Cocotype? All right, well, we got 2 testimonials right here. My end all be all is Guardians 3. I get excited just think about it. Dude, Guardians is fun. Guardians is really fun. I think it was a great spin-off from like what we came to expect for superhero films. It just came out of nowhere. It was good. The first Guardians movie was such a breath of fresh air. Absolutely. And then Thor Ragnarok obviously was like, what is this? The one subscription I can't do without is the Nutter 5 subscription Cocotype. Oh, my heart. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. That's very nice. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 is the best Marvel movie by a huge margin. It is very, very, very good. It is very good. Okay, so this loaded, but this did not do anything. It did not do anything. Why? Okay. Maybe authentication service needs to actually be maybe we need to store it. Let's just create a state object. Auth equals authentication service. And then we'll just do auth.load. Maybe it just came out of memory. Just dropped out of memory or something. I don't know. Honestly, your favorite subscription is Spotify? You know, I haven't actually messed with Spotify very much. All the music all the time. That is definitely good value. I currently have Apple Music, but is it about the same? It opens up a whole bunch of YouTube channels, including music, and they're really good as a package for $3. That's cool. I have both of their mixes on repeat in my Walkman. I was in 8th grade when Guardians 1 came out. It really stuck with me. Yeah, that's definitely that's an impressionable age. Yeah, absolutely. For $10, I'd have to cut another sub. I am not seeing anything happen here, folks. What's happening? let's put a breakpoint here and see if it's actually doing anything. Maybe it's getting stuck. Maybe it's getting stuck. Why would it get stuck? Okay, step in. Yes. Yes. And nothing. Oh, are we getting a, oh, I know what might be happening. Let's go back to, our authentication service. Here's the issue right here. We might be silently failing right here. And that's bad. Hey, all this talk about async await, let's do something proper here. We're going to func load async. I don't know what we're actually returning here though. What are returning? What are we returning? Some result? I don't even know what to do. I guess we need to focus on what is through the rest of this example. I think you need to call session start. Oh, that might be the issue. Yeah, I think so. What do those blue tabs do? Ploppy, these are called breakpoints. A breakpoint is a way that you can actually, when you're running your program, you can force it to pause at the location of your breakpoint, and you can actually read the values in the debugger of what's currently in that paused state. It's a very handy tool. Xcode is gives you a lot of options for this. Yeah, exactly, Cocotype and British Frog. Thank you. Yeah, I should probably start the session. Yeah, I probably should have read further along. Let's take a look at some more. I'm probably missing a lot of this stuff. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. The trailing closure tells the session how to handle the callback. Okay. But we need to provide a presentation context. Okay, so we haven't done that yet. Your app indicates the window that should act as a presentation anchor for the session by adopting the AS Web Authentication Presentation Context Providing Protocol. From the presentation anchor for method, which is the protocol's one required method, return the window that should act as the anchor. Okay. Now this is an extension on UIKit. I'm excited for you discovering breakpoints, a whole new world. Yeah, Ploppy. So yeah, these print statements right here. Let me show you something cool. You can actually edit these breakpoints to also like do something, which would automatically continue after evaluating the actions. You can actually print right here. You can do a print statement in this as part of this breakpoint so that it actually doesn't like litter your code. So you can do this. And like once it goes through here, it should spit it out. Let me let me not do async again. Let's just do this real quick. I'm gonna do another. Let's pick another one. Okay, so auth load. So as you can see, so with this breakpoint here, when I loaded my my program, you see how it's like stopped right here. I like setting them up and playing sounds. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, British Frog. Yeah, this is gonna be a game changer for you, Ploppy. It's absolutely it's gonna save your productivity. So check it out. So what happened was it went through the breakpoint, and I told this breakpoint to like automatically continue after evaluating the actions, and the action was just print hello world. And so what it did was it printed out something. It says unknown command shorthand suffix hello. Okay, so probably what it was expecting me to do is do like your standard PO. So PO is like a debugger command to like display something. Another thing that we could do is expression expr print hello world. Let's try this again. All right, just to show you what's going on. I have like 100 lines of print statements littered right now trying to do what that does. I'm so glad that you're here today to learn this. It's going to be awesome for you. All right, so here we go. So there's Hello World. So you can see Hello World happened, and it's not written down here. It's only defined inside here. Isn't that sweet? Yeah, it's pretty cool. I would definitely recommend breakpoints. Yep. This is 100% why watching others code is beneficial. So many tips and tricks. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Show off vertical breakpoints now. CocoTab, I've never actually messed with vertical breakpoints. I don't even know what I would be doing. Okay. How do I even do that? Create column breakpoint. What does this even do? What does this even do? I don't even know. That's hilarious. Is it what how would you even use a column breakpoint? I don't even know. Thank you all for explaining that. Yeah. It's Floppy, don't you worry about this. Just worry about breakpoints in the horizontal domain, because I don't even know what's going on. I suspect it would be to like maybe help with like if you had like one line of code that was doing multiple statements, maybe. Is that what that's for? That's devilish. Come to my stream around, I'll demo column breakpoints. Okay, yeah, sounds good. Everybody, you need to check out CocoTab's stream, by the way. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. I was like, what? Okay, so it looks like we actually have, hey, let's check it out. Let's step through here. The operation couldn't be completed. com.apple.authentication services.web authentication session error 2. Okay, so we could not create an authentication session. And it looks like the reason for that is because we have not provided a presentation context. So your app indicates the window that should act as a presentation anchor for the session by adopting this protocol. Am I going to have to I have to use like a UI hosting controller and throw that inside there? Is that what's going to have to happen? Or no, actually, I could probably just make my Swift UI view do this, yeah? Or no, it needs to be view.window. It needs to have a window, yeah? A platform-specific type that indicates the kind of user interface element to use as a presentation anchor. Okay. So for iOS, iPadOS, Mac Catalyst, and tvOS, the AS presentation anchor is indeed a UI window. It has to be the UI kit. Yeah, poop. That's what I figured. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do that then. All right. Gonna have to toss me. Here we go. Let's I guess let's create our special gosh, how are we gonna do this? We're gonna make a authentication presentation anchor. Yeah, I don't know. Let's figure this out. All right. All right, help me out, folks. I gotta do UI hosting controller and all that jazz. I gotta remember what this is all about. It's gonna have to be a view controller, yeah. So wait, is it just a UI hosting controller? UI kit view controller that manages, yeah, just that, yeah. It's been a while since I've done this. Content. Oh, and it's going to be what? Authentication, presentation, anchor. Likely for backwards compatibility with all the old third parties out there. Ah, yeah, I guess that's true. You can make your service conform to the providing and return the main window. Oh. Really? Just in Okay. So I don't need to wrap it inside a UI hosting controller then? Okay. Okay. Is you're making your service conform to the providing. Oh, okay. So if I make my service conform, let's make an extension there then. So extension authentication service conform to AS. What was it? AS presentation. What's it called again? There. I don't think UI hosting controller is necessary. Oh, thank the maker. Okay, here we go. Funk. Get down tonight. Presentation anchor. Shooba-da-doo. So return self dot window. Nope, that ain't working. What? UI window dot main window. What do I do here? Doesn't the presentation anchor need to be part of the view hierarchy? Does it? How do I access the main window? Return window. My Windows scene. NS Windows 95 operating system? What? Indicates the Windows 95. Return NS Windows 95 operating system. Is this going to work? Okay. Swift UI window. UI kit. UI application delegate adapter. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I'm not using scene delegates, but UI application shared connected scenes first as UI window scene.window. Holy smoke. UI application share connection connected scenes first as UI window scene dot window key window. Oh, windows dot first. Value optional type UI window must be unwrapped to value type window. I thought I did that. What? Your application shared connected scenes dot first as a UI window scene dot windows dot first. I'm not sure this will work if you don't have a scene delegate. Ah, I don't have a scene delegate. This is a purely Swift UI project. Might just get nil. Does that mean that I am going to have to do this then? Basically this thing, yeah. All right. I think the Swift UI app lifecycle is scene backed. You do? So we don't have to worry about it. We can just do this. Okay, so let me expand this. UI application share connected scenes first as UI window scene. Let scene equals this. UI window scene. Oh. UI window scene. Scene dot. For app delegate, let window UI window equals UI share application delegate window. Oh. Cocopo type might be right though. I'm fumbling in the dark here. We could try both. Let's just try both. Let's see how it goes. So we could do the scene one first. But it's not. It has to do this. And then I have to conform to is equal hash. Wait, what? Oh no. No. This has to be what? This has to be an NS object. So authentication service has to be an NS object. And then an observable object, I guess. Build failed. I thought I done told you you're an NS object. Okay. How about now? Value of optional type UI window must be unwrapped to a value of type UI window. Coalesce using this or UI window. That doesn't seem right, does it? Could I just do that? I guess we'll find out. Scene.windows.first. Oh, wait. So, well, this is already okay. There we go. That works. Yeah. Okay, sweet. That works. Okay, cool. So we've done that. Thank you both for these suggestions. Back to here. So we're providing a presentation context, and then we say after creating this session, set an appropriate context provider instance as the session's presentation context provider. So we say session dot presentation context provider equals self. Build succeeded. Optionally request ephemeral browsing. You can configure the session to request ephemeral browsing by setting the session's prefers ephemeral web browser session property to true. Why would I need to know that? This setting asks the browser to avoid using any existing browsing data like cookies during the authentication process. It also asks that the browser avoid retaining any data collected during the authentication attempt beyond the lifetime of the attempt or sharing it with any other session. An ephemeral session improves security, but prevents reusing the result of a previously successful authentication, potentially forcing the user to re-enter credentials. As a result, it's typically best to let the user choose whether to request ephemeral browsing. Ah, okay. This is just incognito mode? Oh, I see. Safari always respects this request. In macOS, the user can choose a different default browser that might or might not respect the request. I see. All right. Fine. Okay, so we don't have to worry about that. After configuring the session, call it start method. In iOS, we do that. Loads the authenticate wait page. Shubity doody. that you indicated during initialization in embedded browser view. In Mac OS, the session sends the page load request to the user's default browser. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what it does. You ready for this? And Twitch Client Alpha wants to use twitch.tv to sign in. Oh, yes, I certainly do. I press sign in. Now what? Oh. Hey, look at that, though. That's a W. That's a W. Hey, we're getting here. We're getting here. Wonder if this messes with any password managers you might use. Yeah, I wonder. That's a good question. But hey, progress. Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Wow. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. So the status is 400. The message is missing a response type. Oh, we need a response type. Well, whoopsie daisy. Okay, so let's get rid of this breakpoint. And we're going to go back to reality. Whoops, there goes Rabbity. Whoop. Print URL description, handle the callback. Else print, I don't know what to do here. So the URL description, missing response type. What a fun Thursday night. Oh, I'm glad you're having fun, Poppy. I'm having a great time. I got to tell you guys, when I stopped the stream on Tuesday night, I could not go to sleep. I was so excited about what we had done. I couldn't wait for the next stream. And if I could, I would stream every night, but alas, life takes over, you know, and that's just the way it goes. But I'm excited you're here, and I'm having a good time. All right. Let's see. You can cancel the authentication attempt from your app before the user finishes by calling the session's cancel method if we wanted to do that. After the user authenticates, here we go. The auth provider redirects the browser to a URL that uses the callback scene. The browser detects the redirect, dismisses itself, and passes the complete URL to your app by calling the closure you specified during initialization. When you receive this callback, first you should check for errors. For example, you receive the canceled login error if the user aborts the flow by dismissing the browser window. And if the error is nil, you inspect the callback URL to determine the outcome of the authentication. Okay. So they're doing an early return here for some reason. So like if this error is not nil, I'm not sure why they would do that. This says the callback URL format depends on the provider. For this example, example auth :// auth token equals 1234, let query items equals URL component string, callback URL absolute string query items, and then let token equals query items filter name equals token first value. Okay. How dare you only stream 12 hours a week? I know. I should be ashamed of myself. I just realized how many hours that is per year. That's quite a lot of time. But I see it as an investment in personal growth with social outreach. You know, meet a lot of great people on stream. You all been awesome, super awesome, and I would have never gotten to know you all if I didn't do this. So I think it's definitely worth it. Let us see here. So we're missing a response type, whatever that means. We've got a 400 error. What it probably means is we haven't input all of the required query items here at the very, very beginning. So let's see what else we need. What we're going to do is go back to, I think, is it this one? I'm going to throw this over here. And let's see. The redirect URI. This is what we did not put in. It says your app's registered redirect URI. The access token and ID tokens are sent to this URI. So we're going to have to do that. We also need a response type. We also need a scope. Okay, so we have a few. We have a few things we gotta put in here. You won't get sponsored by HelloFresh at this rate. Hormel Fresh. It's just a weekly box filled with spam and Dinty Moore. Oh yeah, gotta burn the midnight oil if I want to get that sponsor. Yeah. Here's what I'm thinking. We released that shapes tutorial. Requests are gonna come flying in. Nike, Adidas, Coca-Cola, all the game companies. Yep, that's the catalyst. Absolutely. All right, here we go. Let's make another URL query item. And this one's going to be, what is this called? This is response type. And the value has to be, must be set to one of the following possible values. Token ID. Token. Wait, what? Token ID token. What? Returns an access token and an ID token. You must URL encode the type. For example, token plus ID token or token %20 ID token. Okay, I see. I see. So an access token and an ID token. I don't know which one I need. Returns only an ID token. You might use this option if you have a valid access token and just want to include information about the authorizing user in the ID token. Oh, shoot. Okay, I guess let's try both. I don't know. These days he doesn't read my Stack Overflow links unless I donate. I used to watch Ender when he was small. Those streams were the days, man. His underground stuff was just raw. Hey, don't worry. I'll never change. You need the access token. Okay, so I need this. And an ID token. Okay, so I definitely need this. Cool. What happened to you? You changed, man. Ever since you got that Hormel chili sponsor. You're just not yourself anymore. Okay, let's go to, okay, we have client ID. Okay, we don't forget the redirect URI, which is your app's registered redirect, which I believe was, it was localhost 3000, yeah? In the year 3000, in the year 3000. You wouldn't even code my loading screen without a 50K retain. That's funny. You'll need to change that URL. Is this where I have to change it to like an actual server? Is this where... Is this the end of Zombie Shakespeare? So this can't be localhost? What am I gonna do? Is this where we stop? No SCTUSI server, just need to come up with your own scheme. Oh. Oh, so is this, so like the app, the URL app? So just like this? Oh, just like this? Two colons for the price of one? Just like that? Is that what we're saying? Or is this scheme? Oh, is this what they meant by that? Maybe? Why will you not refresh? Let me me go over here. What's happening? Okay, so does this mean then that like I need to change this from localhost 3000 to just any old thing? So I need to change it here, is that right? Scheme is just Nutter, redirect URL is Nutter, Twitch. Okay, so if I is this where I would save it then, CocoType, in my applications console? Is that how it goes? Or do I not have to worry about this? It seems like I probably need to change it here, don't I? Ah. So like that. Okay. Maybe not. Uh-oh. This isn't working now anymore. It has to be HTTPS. Which, what does that mean? It didn't like that. I thought you could use custom schemes here. We'll just add both of them. Is there a save? It looks like it's fine. Okay, we'll wait on that, but I'll bring it over here. Let's just keep on reading. Let's see. So the name needs to be this. Let's try that. Let's just see how it goes. And we're gonna stop the app and we're gonna play it again. Here we go. Okay. Oh. Oh dear. Terminating app due to uncaught exception. NS invalid argument exception. Reason. The provided scheme is not valid. The scheme should not include special characters such as colon or slash. Terminating with uncaught exception of type NS exception. Course simulator. Oh no. That's what I meant. My scheme is just Nutter. Oh, poop. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So So that's what I put in my callback URL scream. In my stream. Okay, let's try this again. It definitely used to support it. One of my apps has that. Okay. Well, let's see if we get ooh, we got somewhere. Let's do this. And invalid scope. Open ID required for ID token response type. Oh, I didn't put a scope in here. Whoopsie daisy. Open ID required for the ID tag. There we go. Invalid scope. It needs to be open ID. Aha! Thanks, error message. Scope. I think is it with a plural, yeah? Open ID. URL query item redirect URI value. Ah, okay, I see. Nutter Twitch. Okay. Let's give that a shot. Have we handled all of our query items? Let's go back to, what was it? I think this was it. That's certainly not it. Where did it go? I can't find it. Oh, this was it. Okay. Redirect URI, we have. Response type, we have. Scope. Oh, it's just one scope. It's not multiple. Scope. Value. Although a space delimited. Oh, it's space delimited. I see. The APIs that you're calling identify the scopes you must list. The list must include the OpenID scope if a response type includes ID token, or you want to include the non-default claims. Don't forget to URL encode the list. And we get to URL encode the list by using our URL query items. See, isn't that awesome? That's just the coolest thing. Hey, everybody, if you're generating URLs in Swift, I highly recommend the URL components. Just makes everything super easy. And then just spits out a valid URL, else it returns. Okay, here we go. Back, I say. Hello, world. Yes. What the devil? Log in. Log in. Where is it? Is it because I have dynamic text going on? What in the world? Why is this so huge? That's adorable. That's adorable. Can I refresh it? Is it gonna give me what's happening here? Okay, here we go. So clearly I'm not logged into Twitch, so I need to do that. I don't even know what my password is, dang it. Did I store it anywhere on this? No, it's in my browser. I know it's in my browser somewhere. Hold on a second. Let me do this on the other monitor so that you guys can't see my precious password. Hold on a tick. We got this. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, it's going at a snail's pace. Passwords. Password manager. Copy password. Paste. Okay. Here we go. You ready? Log in. Request SMS. Okay. Let me again do this. Request SMS. Oh, here it comes. Here's my Twitch code. So it showed up on my phone. And click. Remember this computer for 30 days. And submit. It says you're about to leave Twitch. Twitch has no control over the content or security of HTTP localhost 3000. Continue. Safari cannot open the page because it could not connect to the server. Gosh dang it. So close. So close. Okay. 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 So it's not going to allow us to use localhost 3000. But perhaps if we remove this and instead force it to go here, then maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work. Should we try that? Let's try that. Okay. So let's refresh. Did it refresh? Click. Oh, it died. It died. Cancel. Okay, so I'm pressing the cancel button. Ooh, look at this. It finally called the callback, which is the error. And then we're going to print the localized description. It says the operation couldn't be completed. com.apple.authentication service. Okay. Okay. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Yeah, so close. So close. So close. Yep. Why? Why are you doing that? I don't get it. You're about to leave Twitch. Twitch has no control over the content or security of HTTP localhost 3000. I wonder if I have to reset the cache. Maybe this guy is still confused. I don't know. Oh, we're very close though. Continue. Sorry, I cannot open the page because it could not connect to the server. That gif of Ken Jeong squinting at a really tiny piece of paper. Yeah. Yep. That's perfect. Twitch's own doc said he's a non-standard URL scheme. In this case, the redirect URI register for your application must use a custom non-standard scheme, not one of the standard schemes, to prevent the browser from interpreting it incorrectly and to allow the authentication SDK to capture it. Oh, okay. So instead of HTTPS under Twitch, the redirect URI registered for your application must use a custom non-standard scheme. But if we tried that, it was like, oh, but it's got to use the HTTP. Oh, what? I'm saying their docs say something this page isn't letting you do. What if I just do this? Nutter.twitch. Oh, what about Twitch? What about Nutter Twitch? What? Nutter is okay. TW let's just do that. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Okay. So I guess let's try that, I suppose. Which means that the redirect URI is this. Is that even going to do anything? I don't even ask it. That's not even going to work. Let's make the scheme and the redirect URI two different things. Okay, there we go. Do I need to click on new secret after I make a change to the OAuth redirect URL, or is it just automatically okay with this? Or do I have to set the I'm not a robot? I guess we'll find out. Print error localizer. You know what I need? I need a button that says that login. You know, that's what we need to do. Instead of this like automatically loading, let's create a new like an auth view with a button that says like try to basically to load. That sound good? Let's do that. You have to click save, but the save button is grayed out. Don't you know? The save button is not there. So maybe I'm not a robot. I am not a robot. Save. 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 Let's try it again. Before we make the view. Before we make the view. Before we make the view. Before. Yes. Continue. Yes. 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 Are you gonna keep my zoomed in settings, or am I gonna have to? It's still asking for localhost 3000. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna nuke this app and redo it. So what is it? Twitch Client Alpha. Are you sure you want to delete it? Are you sure you're sure? No, no. Are you sure? Okay. You know, we might as well create it. Just go to the auth view. Yeah. So that's what we're going to do. Hey, look what we made already. We made the auth view. Let's make a button. Wait, how does it go again? I can never remember which comes first, the title or the action. The title. Log in. There, this should work, right? Where's permissions? Maybe we should do this. Request permissions. Is it async? Is it really async though? Auth. Authentication service. Load. There we go. You're missing a closing brace there, buddy. Okay. Perfect. So this is going to show, so the very first thing we're going to see is auth view. And in my app, it's going to have content view, await auth. Okay, so we're not going to do it automatically. I mean, maybe we should, but we're configuring the app data. What does that even do again? Oh, we right away configure, we right away get the current user. But the only reason why this works is because our network service is using get Twitch, where we're using the standard headers, which is the authorization ID value. Which is secrets.token. So this is a hard-coded value, and that's not what we want. Obviously, we're going to need to store this token somewhere. So instead of content view, I'm just going to do auth view. Because if auth view is the first thing that we see, we can have it go somewhere else if we're authorized. So that's probably the best thing to do. Anyway, so I'm not going to do that just yet. We're going to get out of the habit of doing that. Auth load. I mean, I guess. get rid of that as well. Because we're gonna force us to see this auth view, press the button, just so we can make sure that we can. I think you might just not be able to do this without a server anymore, since they don't support non-HTTPS schemes anymore. Aw, that's a bummer. I was really looking forward to it. That's it. We're gonna need to start server-side Swift. That's the solution. Yeah. All right. Sure. I've been meaning to have a project for server-side Swift. Might as well be this one. It is still asking me for localhost 3000, folks. Why would it still be asking me for localhost 3000? Is it tied to... Why would it do that? It's almost as if... Do I have localhost 3000 somewhere in this app? By mistake? Localhost 3000. No. Do I have the number 3000 anywhere? No. Then how come it is using this? All right. Well, we tried, folks. I think we've hit a wall. We're clearly going to need to run a server. Wait a second. If this is localhost 3000, what if I do run a server on my localhost 3000? Could I do that? Do I just need to spin up a local server? Is that what I got to do? I really don't know. That would be such a fun project. I think we got to do it. We're gonna have to do it anyway because what's our long-term goal? Our long-term goal is to create a server like what's it, a pub sub or a what is it called? An event sub? We're gonna make an event sub eventually. Yeah. I've always wondered what a at-home server setup would look like. I've never done one before, so yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Event sub, yeah, that's what we want to do. All right, well, how do we do that? Server-side Swift. Swift on server. Vapor. Swift on the server is an amazing new opportunity to build fast, safe, and scalable backend apps. Write your very first web app. Ooh, we've got a Ray Wenderlich. Server-side Swift hacking with Swift is a complete coding series that teaches Swift web development using real-world projects. It's in the store. It's not free. How do I make a server, guys? It's a race. You get an event sub server set up and running versus me having the motivation to fix the one I already have. Oh, man. I don't think I would win that race. But just maybe to help motivate you. Yeah, let's do it. It's on. It's on. Vapor.codes. Swift, but on a server. Get started. Non-blocking event-driven architecture built on top of Apple's Swift NIO. Vapor's documentation covers sponsor support. Okay, so can I just do this? Get started. Okay. I just picked one at random. I don't know if this is the way to do it. Welcome to the Vapor documentation. Vapor is a web framework for Swift, allowing you to write backends, web apps, APIs, and HTTP servers in Swift. Vapor is written in Swift, which is a modern, powerful, and safe language. Once you have Vapor installed, check out Getting Started Hello World to create your first Vapor app. But I don't want it on my local machine. Do I? No, I don't want it on my local machine. Well, maybe I do. Is your event sub on your local machine, Cocotype? Or do you have it like, oh, it's somewhere on AWS, right? Vapor is the best one. You overestimate my motivation. Your faith in your friends is yours. What is that? You're overestimating is your weakness. Is that what is it? I forget it. We are quite safe here from your pitiful little band. It has to be publicly available. Okay, well then let's do Vapor. Hey, new project. New project, folks. We're going to make a server in Swift. And I don't know how long it's going to take, but by golly, we're going to do it because I have so many ideas, you guys, that I've been wanting to do for this stream. I just don't know how. And this is like the only time I can like focus on this channel is during streaming. And this is where I finally like start spitting up these ideas. So let's do this. How much time do we got left? We got some time. We got 45 minutes. We got 45 minutes. Let's take a look. Let's see what's going on here. All right. There's a Discord. There's a Stack Overflow. There's Swift Forms. There's source code. GitHub. Documentation for deprecated versions of Vapor not under light can be found. Okay, so how do I host this? Getting started. Head to install Mac OS to install Swift and Vapor. To use Vapor on Mac OS, you will need Swift 5.2 or greater. I got that. I have Xcode. Then you should see Swift version information. Install the toolbox. Let us install the Vapor toolbox. The CLI tool is not required to use Vapor, but it includes helpful utilities like a new project creator. We need to make this a collab. I can set up the server and you can connect to it and do all the cool things. Cocotype, I would love to do a collab with you. That would be awesome. Absolutely would be fun. Brew, install Vapor. Let's give this a go. Let's see how far we can get with this little tutorial. All right, so brew, install Vapor. Can't create update lock. Fix permissions by running sudo change owner. Who am I? Who am I? As far as we can tell, you're a big fat nothing. Can I still stay in here? Feel free. What? Treating Vapor as a formula for the... Okay. So I need to... You should change the ownership of these directories to your user. How do I do that? Sudo change owner -r. Who am I? And then, oh, I mean, it just tells me how I can do it. Let me do this. Password. Okay, it looks like that's good. And then make sure that I've got right permissions as well. So, okay. It looks like I do. It looks like I've got them. So I'm going to try it again. Here, let's cancel our local host. Print air localization. Okay, cool. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna quit the app here a second. Oh, signal sig term. Okay, there we go. Let's do it. Keep digging into this tonight just to learn Vapor, but we can hop in Discord or something during your Saturday stream and work on this project together. Cocotype, thank you. Oh, I'm very excited about this. Thanks, man. All right. Let's do this again. Brew, install Vapor. Fatal, not in a Git directory. No remote origin and user local homebrew. Skipping update. Fatal, not in a Git directory. No remote origin and user. Skipping update. Warning, warning. Downloading. Fatal, not in a Git directory. Command failed with exit 128 Git. What? Why? What? Why? Why? Looks like that guy just killed you. Nelson! I have to come over to your computer and play World of Warcraft. Nelson! Sudo brew install vapor. Maybe this will work. Running homebrew as root is extremely dangerous and no longer supported. As homebrew does not drop privileges on installation, you would be giving all build scripts full access to your system. Well, we don't want to do that. Well, shoot. If you do not have homebrew yet, I do have homebrew, but if homebrew is not working for me because of these git errors, I don't know what to do afterwards. Is this because your streaming account isn't an admin again? It could be. I thought I was an admin though. You threw off my groove, admin. That must be it. Tell you what. Now, how am I going to do that? Oh, I know what I can do. Okay. I'm going to hide this for just a second. And I'm going to log in and I'm going to log into my main account and I'm going to try this brew install vapor. That's what I'll do. So, stand by. Let's just deactivate. There. Okay, now you just get to see my lovely face while I try something. Okay, here we go. Ooh, I wonder what's happening. Okay, I'm gonna do it. It's taking a while to load up. Okay. Brew. Install vapor. Error. Can't create update lock in user local var homebrew locks. Are you kidding me? Fix permission issues. Is saying the exact same thing as the other one did. So I don't think hold on a second. Okay. So that should work. Let's try this again. Wait. I'm having to do the same thing. So if it's still an issue with my main account, then I don't know what to say. Okay. Now I'm going to try brew install again and see if that works. Running brew update, auto update. Maybe my computer is just haunted. You know what it is? It's my machine getting back to me for making fun of it all this time. I've given it a complex. I mean nothing to you unless I'm an M1. Listen. I could use this machine as a server. I could do that. You just gotta sit in the corner somewhere. You just be chilling in the corner, you know, you'd be okay. You'd be fine. You'd be fine. Hey, I think we're actually getting somewhere with this. It's running brew. Oh, it's running brew update. I don't know how long this is gonna take a while. This is gonna take a while. Oh no. Oh, it's also trying to launch Xcode. I think that's probably part of the problem. It's trying to run all the things. I need to clean up my my startup programs. The MacBook Pro is going to a nice server farm upstate. Okay. It says brew cleanup vapor. Disable this behavior by setting homebrew no install cleanup. Brew cleanup has not been run in the last 30 days. Running now. Disable this behavior by setting homebrew no install cleanup. Removing all the things, all the caches. You have 11 outdated formulae installed. Okay, so Vapor. Vapor is installed. Okay, here we go. So time to log out and come back into my, yeah, must have been just, it just must be admin permissions that's an issue. I don't know why, but okay. One more minute. Let me get in here, make sure it's actually showing up. Success. Boom. There is Vapor. Vapor is now installed on my machine. That was a little detour, but we got it. Okay, what is next? Double check to ensure that the installation was successful by printing help. Okay, so Vapor slash not slash dash oh, it's the same thing. If I click, if I type the word Vapor, it'll just do the help menu. And if I just do Vapor help, it'll just show this again. Okay, so we can see that it's actually on now, which is awesome. That's super. Very cool. Very cool. So I'm going to throw you over here. And let's see, next. Now that you have installed Swift and a Vapor Toolbox, let's create our first app and getting started. Hello World. Hey, has anybody made a Hello World app before? Here we go. This is how you do it in Vapor. This guy will take you step by step through creating a new Vapor project, building and running the server. If you've not yet installed Swift or Vapor Toolbox, check out the install section. I've done that. The first step is to create, here, I'm going to create a new Vapor project on your computer. Open up your terminal and use Toolbox's new project command. This will create a new folder in the current directory, which is in shapes. So we need to not be there. We're on projects. We're going to, let's make a directory. We're going to call this Vapor, CD Vapor. Here we go. Vapor new hello-n cloning template. Ooh, well, isn't that fancy? Isn't that fancy? Ooh, neato. Okay, so what did it do? What did it do? Name hello, would you like to use Fluent? No, so it automatically created, so this -n must have done something. Would you like to use Leaf? No. Generating project files, package.swift, main.swift, configure.swift, roots.swift, getkeep, apptest.swift, getkeep, Docker file. A Docker file, Cocoa type? We're going to use Docker? Oh boy. Creating Git repository, adding first commit, and boom, project hello has been created. Use cd hello to enter the project directory. Cd hello. All right. Oh, this is what it said. The -n flag gives you a bare bones template by automatically answering no to all the questions. Vapor in the template now uses async await by default. Hey, we're ready for this. We're ready for this. If you cannot update to Mac OS 12, then you need to use whatever. First, open the project in Xcode. Okay, so open package.swift. And here it is. Oh, it's got a package dependency of Vapor, and it's fetching that right now. Okay, that's cool. fetching vapor at 23%. Let's go ahead and close the client app for now. Don't worry, we'll get back to it eventually. But we are on a path to success, folks. We've realized that we're going to need a server, and so we're going through. This is growing pains for us. I've never done this before, but it should be fun. Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, that's a lot of dependencies. Multi-part kit, Swift algorithms, routing kit, backtrace, log metrics. Neo, what are you saying, that I can dodge bullets? It will automatically begin downloading the dependencies. This can take some time. When dependency resolution is complete, Xcode will populate the available schemes. At the top of the window, to the right of the play and stop buttons, click on your project name to select the project scheme and select an appropriate run target, most likely my Mac. It's still not ready. It's using Swift Tools version 5.6. Do we need to change that? Got a package, people. The top of the window to the right of the play and stop, click on your project name to select the scheme. We don't have a scheme yet, so I guess we'll just wait for a minute. It says you should see the console pop up at the bottom of the Xcode window. Server starting up on HTTP 127.0.0.1.80.80. On Linux and other OSs, is it done yet? It's still fetching Swift collections. Okay. On Linux and other OSs, and even on Mac OS, if you don't want to use Xcode, you can edit the project in your favorite editor of choice, such as DigDug and Qbert. I didn't create Frogger, but I came up with a name for it. Can you believe they wanted to call it Highway Crossing Frog? That is so lame. I know. It's the lamest thing I've ever heard. Highway Crossing Frog. We're indexing. Preparing editor functionality 4217. Indexing processing files. Edit the scheme. Here we are. And now, what did it tell us to do? It said, select an appropriate run target, most likely my Mac. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's just my Mac. Yep. And then click the play button to build and run. Okay, so we'll do that. Here we go. Build and run. Here we go. Building and running. Very first Vapor project, folks. Now, originally Neo was supposed to host the MTV Movie Awards. But hosting is a full-time commitment and Neo's been distracted. Trinity. See what I mean? Building 897 1266 files and dooby dooby doo 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 doo. Okay. Still building. Still building. Okay, it's running. Running. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Finally. Okay, here we go. Warning, no custom working directory set for this scheme. Using me, library developer xcode divided hello server starting on HTTP 1.2. Okay, we got it. We got it going. The server is working. Excellent. Very nice. And now, what's next? And that's it. Open your web browser and visit localhost 8080 hello or HTTP 127.0.0.1.80.80. Okay. It works. Well, looky here. And this says info get request ID favicon icon fave icon famicon. Okay, it works. Hey, the server is running. Congratulations, our first Vapor app Hello World is done. Next, folder structure. Again, if this isn't interesting, I totally get it. We're learning today. We're gonna get to the good stuff, but we have to. We gotta dive through this. It's the way it goes. Now that you've created, built, and run your first Vapor app, let's take a moment to familiarize you with the Vapor's folder structure. The structure is based on Swift Package Manager's folder structure. So if you've worked with Swift Package Manager before, it should be familiar. We have. We've made our own Swift package. It is called Shapes. It's available on GitHub, and I strongly recommend you check it out and let me know if it works or if it breaks on you. Public sources, app controllers, migrations, model configure routes, run, main, test, whatever. So, public folder contains any public files that will be served by your app if file middleware is enabled. Okay, this is usually images, style sheets, browser scripts. For example, a request to localhost 8080 favicon.ico will check to see if public favicon icon exists and return it. Okay. Which is what this was. There was a request as soon as someone visited the page. Yeah. Move this over here. Keep this here. Okay. Sources. This folder contains all the Swiss source files for your project. Yes, the top level folders app and run are what? Let's see. What is that? Reflect your package's modules as declared in the SPM manifest. Okay. So run is the main. Import app, import Vapor. Import app. Environment detect, logging system bootstrap, application env, app shutdown, configure app, try app run. Okay. Configure application, routes. It works. Hello world. Okay, so this, oh, that's kind of fun. App.get rec async in, it works. App get hello, rec async string in hello world. That's fun. So if I do a /hello, where did it go again? How many did he have? So if I go to /hello, hello world. Well, look at that. So I could instead, I could say hello chat. And I just saved it. I probably have to start it back up again. And then if I'm running, if I refresh, hello chat. There it is. There we go. Hey, we're learning. We're getting somewhere. Yay. Okay, so next door. Controllers. Are the great way of grouping together application logic. Most controllers have many functions that accept a request and return some sort of response. Okay, so that's what we were messing with. That was the routes. So app.get hello. Let's take a look at the controllers. Oh, it's empty. You're empty. The models folder is a great place to store your content structs or fluent models. Okay. So I don't have... There are no models in here. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Controllers, migrations. Yeah. I guess... Oh, well. It didn't make it for me, so let's practice making a group ourselves. Okay, so file, new. What? Folder. Models. We have controllers, migrations, configure routes. And we need another one. This is, whoops. How do I do just a new folder? File, new folder is option command N. Oh, okay. What was it again? It was migrations. Okay, cool. All right, so now we finally have the structure that is showing up. Public folder, which we have here, but there's nothing in it. The public folder contains any public files that will be served by your app if file middleware is enabled. Oh, I think we've actually already read this. You will need to enable file middleware in your configure.swift file before Vapor can serve public files. And serves files from public, let file middleware equals file middleware public directory app.directory.public directory app middleware use file middleware. And that is in configure. Uncomment to serve files from the public folder. So there we go. There. Good job, us. Now, what else? So application logic goes into the app directory. Wait, I feel like it's... What do I feel like I keep rereading the same part? Hey, thanks for the follow, Yellow Streetlight. How you doing? Thank you. Welcome to the stream. We're learning how to create a server-side Swift application using Vapor. First time. Public sheets, request local. Yep, we've done that. Okay. Controllers, group together application logic. Great. Perfect. Most controllers have many functions that accept a request and return some sort of response. The migrations folder is where your database migrations go if you're using Fluent. I don't know what Fluent is, but I guess that's where they go. The models folder is a great place to store your content structs or Fluent. Models, oh, Fluent models, got it. Or content, which I'm not sure what that is. This file contains the configure function, mainly called by main Swift to configure the newly created application. This is where you should register services like routes, databases, providers, and more. Registering routes by Try Routes app, which is this. And then here are all the... Okay, so let's try something. Let's try making a new one. App dot what the heck? Oh, it's because of my whatever. Oh, whoops! I have to stop and rebuild. I forgot this isn't like a hot reloading. Whoops, a daisy. Okay, let's see if that actually fixed it. Okay, so the server's starting a getter. I've made a new route called whatever. So if I refresh, hey, there we go. Super easy. Yeah. There's our new Our new route. That's fascinating. Okay. Each non-executable module in your sources folder can have a corresponding folder in tests. Okay, cool. Main.swift is, we've seen this. So try environment detect, application, environment, defer, app shutdown, try configure app, try app.run. Or app is an application. Let's click on that so you can see what that is. An application is, oh, there's a lot going on there. Whoopsie daisy. What have I done? Okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Probably going to get everything we need to figure out. Okay. Finally is Swift Package Manager's package manifest. Okay. We've seen this before. This is where we have to, this is the interesting thing. Even in this, this is basically the header to tell us which version of Swift tools to run. We could probably run 5.7. Maybe. I'm not going to touch it yet, though. These are showing the dependencies, which is vapor.get. And then all these other things, which I guess which are other dependencies that vapor.get relies on. Okay, cool. Next. Hey, we're getting through it. SPM is used for building your project source codes and dependencies. I know what this is. Package manifest should always be located in the root directory named package.swift. Yes, I understand that. The tools version is, as we just went over this, the very first line of a package manifest indicates that the Swift tools version is required. The minimum version of Swift that the package supports. The first argument to package is the package's name. It's called hello. If it's public, you should use the last segment of the Git repo's URL as the name. Okay. Platforms array specifies which platforms this package supports, which is macOS v12. Products or targets that your package produces when built. In this package, there are two targets, a library and an executable. Right here, executable target and test target. Dependencies are other SPM packages. So here's the Vapor version. You can see the Vapor version 4.0 later. Good. And targets. All the modules, executables, and tests that your package contains. Most Vapor apps will have 3 targets. Although you can add as many as you like to organize your code. Each target declares which modules it depends on. You must add module names here in order to import them in your code. A target can depend on other targets in your project or any modules exposed to packages you've added to the main dependencies array. So here's our target. The name is app. The dependencies is .product, name, Vapor, package, Vapor. Swift settings, interesting. Unsafe flags, cross-module optimization when configuration release, executable target, and test target. Okay, so that's 3 different targets. Okay, we're good. Perfect. Now, folder structure for an SPM package. We feel like we've seen this already. Seems like this is already was mentioned in the previous page. The first time that you build your project, SPM will create a package.resolved file, which is right here. Okay. That stores the version of each dependency. The next time you build your project, these same versions will be used, even if newer versions are available. To update your dependencies, run Swift package update. Xcode 11 changes to dependencies will happen automatically whenever the package Swift file is modified. Neat. Next, Xcode. This page goes over some tips and tricks for using Xcode. If you use a different development environment, you can skip this. Custom working directory. Yeah, we're fine. We're good here. I think. Wait a second. Let's take a look at this. By default, Xcode will run your project from the derived data folder. Yes, this folder is not the same as your project's root folder. This means that Vapor will not be able to find files in folders like .env or public. Oh. You can tell this is happening if you see the following warning when running your app. Warning. No custom working directory set for this scheme using path to derived rated project. That's what this is doing. Yeah, you see that? No custom directory set working for this scheme. To fix this, you need to set a custom working directory in the Xcode scheme for your project. First, edit your project scheme by clicking on the scheme selector. Select Edit Scheme. Then choose the run action in the options tab. Choose use custom working directory and enter the path to your project's root folder. You can get the full path to your project's root by running pwd from a terminal window open there. Get path as well pwd. You should see output similar to the following. Path to project. So that's essentially, again, and we've done, so where we're at. PWD. So all I have to do is notify projects Vapor hello. So hello is my, so I just need to do this whole thing and do edit scheme and custom working directory. And I'm just going to do this. Close. Now let's try building and running again and seeing if we still get that error. So press play. And that warning is gone. So yay, now it can find all the files that it needs apparently. So that's nice. Okay. Next, routing. So we've messed with routing a little bit. We created our own routes. I was just kind of guessing based on what I saw on the routes file. But let's make sure we get all the information here. Routing is the process of finding the appropriate request handler for an incoming request. At the core of Vapor's routing is a high-performance node router from Routing Kit. To understand how routing works in Vapor, you should first understand a few basics about HTTP requests. Take a look at the following example request. Get hello Vapor, HTTP 1.1 host Vapor codes content link 0. This is a simple get HTTP request to the URL hello Vapor. Yep. This is the kind of HTTP request your browser would make if you pointed it to the following URL. Got it. Good. The host is vapor.codes. Then hello Vapor is the endpoint. Okay. Get is the most common HTTP method that is several used often. The HTTP methods are often associated with CRUD semantics. Get is read. Post is create. Put is replace. Patch is update. Delete is delete. Great. Request path. Right after the HTTP methods, request URL. Yep. Slash optional query string, the HTTP method, and path are what Vapor uses to route requests. Okay, so let's go back to the routes page. And I see REQ, which I'm guessing is request. And let's see, hello Vapor request in. All the common HTTP methods are available as methods on application. They accept one or more string arguments that represent the request path separated by a slash. Note that you could also write this using on followed by the method app.on with the .get hello Vapor. Oh, that's an interesting way to do it. Okay, so they're looks like they're comma delimited for each slash. It looks like that's what's happening. So if we did this, so we said hello, comma, chat. Okay, so I'm gonna redo this. So stop and rebuild, and now it should be slash hello slash chat. So we're gonna go check. So it's running the server. And we're gonna go hello slash chat. There we are. Oh, super. Okay, cool. With this route registered, the example HTTP request from blah, 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 blah. Good. Now that we've successfully routed a request based on the HTTP method and path, let's try making the path dynamic. Ooh, a dynamic path. Notice that the name Vapor is hard-coded in both the path and the response. Let's make this dynamic so that you can visit hello any name and get a response. What? Okay, so app.get hello name. Okay, let's do this a little bit. I don't like that. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. There we go. Okay. Get off my lawn. Okay. So this now needs to be colon chat. Now we're gonna write some code. You ready for this? Let name equals rec dot parameters dot get name. And we're doing it. This looks like a force unwrap optional. Okay, so we're doing name here. And then we're at, because we've done something here, this is expecting a return, it's expecting a string. So we're going to return hello, and then we're going to use the string escaping sequence and to say name. And that should do it. So save, refresh. So what this is telling me is that I can basically have dynamic endpoints. Hey, what's up, Anonymous? Well, I've been wanting to switch to Swift to see what's up. How do you publish apps on iOS through development membership thing coming from Python, C# and JavaScript? Well, welcome. Yeah, so iOS publishing using the development member. So yeah, the app developer program is available at developer.apple.com. And you can actually, so if you go there and go to account, it'll allow you to register. You can also actually build iOS apps on your own device without having to sign up for a paid developer account. The only catch is that those apps are only valid for I think like a week, I think it is, and then then you can no longer launch them, and you have to either rebuild it or pony up for the developer account. Which if you're serious about it, then yeah, you'll want to do that so that you can submit apps to the App Store. Yeah, and it's a pretty the process can be smooth, but many times you'll run into some issues. If you want to sell apps, if you want paid apps, and you have to set up a banking system or just basically link to a bank account, all that stuff. But if you just want to publish free apps, then you can get started pretty much right away. Yeah, no problem. Definitely will get that because I have some great ideas. I encourage you to do it. The tools available to you are very, very good. Xcode, it has its quirks like most IDEs. But I think, if you're coming from Python, C# and JavaScript, yeah, you'll be able to handle it. No question. Yeah, you should be absolutely fine. But I'm happy you're here. Welcome to the stream. I am learning how to create a server-side Swift application because I've got some ideas for a Twitch API client app that I'd like to put together. And apparently, from what we learned earlier this evening, I need to have my own server to be able to do this for authentication purposes. So, and thank you for the follow, Anonymous 0 Day. Hope you have a wonderful time here. I stream Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays from 8 to midnight Pacific time. And we do a lot of programming here, but I do occasionally play some video games. I know it's almost unheard of, but yeah, it happens. Yeah, no problem. Welcome. We're just going through this tutorial right now for the Vapor setup here, which we've just installed. And we're making our first app. This is what it looks like. And if I refresh this, now this is where things are supposed to get crazy. So if I say hello, Anonymous, then it dynamically generates an endpoint for anybody. And is it case sensitive? It is case sensitive. Would you look at that? I'm actually developing an open world game right now. Oh, that sounds fun. Using Unity. Excellent. Very cool. Yeah, right on. That's very cool. Very cool. Unity is great. It's awesome. Okay, so we just did a dynamic, a dynamic path, and we actually got a response. So that's really, really cool. This could be interesting. Because we could store information depending on like what was requested. All right. I'm sure there's principles that I'd be that I need to adhere to when creating a backend. But yeah, you know, this is my first chance at doing this. This is really fun. Floppy breakpoints, are you loving them? I'm so happy for you. You can literally see which line of code isn't executing. They are seriously a lifesaver. So print statements are good for like a quick and dirty approach, but like you'll quickly get inundated if you're just doing print statements everywhere. Yeah, man, I'm so happy for you that you've discovered breakpoints. That's the coolest thing. Let's see what's next. Okay, so we've done the dynamic routes, and then okay, so the colon is what makes this dynamic. Any string supplied here will now match this route. We can then use requirement.parameters to access the value of the string. If you run the example request again, you'll still get a response that says hello. Yes. Now, routes specifies a request handler for a given HTTP method and URI path. I can also store additional metadata. Ooh, what kind of metadata can it store? Can be registered directly to your application using various HTTP method helpers. Does Swift in VS Code suck? I just asking. I would probably use Xcode, but curious. It's not bad. I don't personally use VS Code for my daily, but I did do it for a project where we were actually making like a README file. And I was using Swift code. There's like a Swift plugin that you can install to write Swift code in it, and it recognizes it. So I think it'd be okay to use. The Cocoa type knows better. Swift and VS Code is actually really nice. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, if you feel worried about having to learn a new IDE, then yeah, you should try whatever you're already comfortable with and see how far that gets you. You can also, there's actually a way to learn Swift on the terminal as well. If you're comfortable with command line, you can actually use the Swift REPL to mess around in Swift too. That's pretty fun. Okay, routes can be registered directly using various HTTP method helpers. App get foo bar baz rec in. Route handler support returning anything that is response encodable. Ooh, there's a protocol. When you see, you can tell a protocol when you see one, right? This includes content, an async closure, and any event loop futures where the future value is response encodable. Okay. All right. You can specify the return type of a route using the arrow T before in, which is this. This can be useful in situations where the compiler cannot determine the return type. Oh yeah, so like this is basically we're saying right here, whatever returning is going to be a string. Yeah, that makes sense. These are the supported route helper methods: get, post, patch, put, delete. Seems simple enough. In addition to these method helpers, there's an on function that accepts an HTTP method as an input parameter. I wonder why one would want to use this. Responds to options. Huh, maybe we'll learn more about that. As CLI, yes. Definitely used to it. I was an ethical hacker a few years ago. Okay, so yeah, it's you should definitely check it out. I recommend it. Programming in Swift is really fun. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. I highly recommend giving it a try. Each route registration method accepts a variadic list of path component. This type is expressible by string literal and has 4 cases: constant, parameter, anything, catch-all. Okay. a constant. This is a static route component. Only requests with an exactly matching string of this position will be permitted. Okay, so we saw that. So for example, hello is a constant. The parameter is the one with the colon, and then the name here responds to get foo barbaz, responds to get foo quarksbaz. How do you spell that? How do you pronounce that? A parameter path component is an apple is better. LMAO. It's a fun platform to work on. I think you'll be pleased. There are some hangups with everything, of course. There's some things that Apple does that will probably make you rip your hair out. It's just the way it goes. For mobile, I think it's certainly if you want to support a subset of all devices out there that you don't have to worry about like different manufacturers and like, you know, I guess that's one of the main things. Different iOS versions, or if you're going to program for the Mac, or if you want to do tvOS, or if you want to do watchOS. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities, yeah. So we did the parameter one, that's fine. Now anything, this is very similar to parameter, except the value is discarded. This path component is just a star. You just like privacy. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess coming from your ethical hacker background, you'd probably know how to prevent vulnerabilities or exploit vulnerabilities. This is very similar to parametrics. The value is discarded. Okay, so the star. I'm not sure why we would use star. I guess it could be anything. Catch all. This is a dynamic route component that matches one or more components. It is specified using just star star. Any string at this position or later positions will be matched in the request. Like, I don't yet understand why we would want these. I understand the dynamic routing for this, because then you could like use that input like here to do something with it. But why would you use a star if the value is discarded? Is it because we maybe don't care about like the middle paths and we just care about like the actual last component of the path? Is that what it is? Maybe that's what that means. Windows Linux for my PC. So you could run, yeah, you can still run Swift on a Windows machine. Apple also came out with a safety feature, locks your phone's capabilities in case you're compromised. Ah. Yeah, there's definitely some great steps that they've taken with security frameworks, which has been helpful. And in fact, we were looking at one such framework today. We were messing with the AS authentication. What was it called? Authentication framework. We were trying to use it to log into Twitch so that we could use my application that I've made, but we found out that I have to make a server, so that's what we're doing right now. Oh, we took a little detour tonight. We started doing yeah, we've had quite the quite the itinerary today. We got a lot done. I just looked at the time, folks, and it's actually bedtime. Just realized this. We got a lot to read through here. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do some studying. I'm going to continue offline. I think it's okay. I'm gonna continue offline just to kind of learn like what a Vapor app is, so that I can get ready, because always the hard way, yeah. So that because Cocotype offered to collab on this, which I'm very, very excited about, considering that he's already been successful at making a few of these fun apps. So I'm very, very, very looking forward to that. Trying to get back into my server that I apparently locked myself out of. Oh, did I speak too soon? That is hilarious. All right, folks. It's time for bed. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you had a great time. We'll be back on Saturday. We'll see what we're gonna do. But most likely I'll have something to do with this. And I promise we're gonna get to some games eventually, sometime. It's just been a solid week of hyper focusing on this Twitch stuff. So we'll get that. There's plenty of games that we have to play still that are waiting to be finished. Absolutely, Ploppy. Of course. Yeah, Saturday. Saturday from 8 o'clock to midnight Pacific time. So Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday that's my scheduled days. All right, folks. It's been real. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next time. Take care.